Καλημέρα και ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Good morning and thank you very much for your participation on the third Athens Security Forum that we have the pleasure to organize. The Institute of International Relations with many international organizations, Konrad Adenauer, Martin Center, Chatham House, Humeldal, Columbia University, and the Norwegian Institute for Peace. It is an honor to have all these organizations who help in our effort this year as well the issues of foreign policy, strategy and defense. We are really happy that the Institute of International Relations has really gained this central position as a forum for debate and discussion for the intense issues of international policy, and especially now that all of us have the feeling of huge changes. And I think the panels that we have shaped up in our program will give the opportunity to have a better picture of what is happening or of what is going to happen in the next period of time around the world. Thank you very much for your participation, and I would like to call to the floor the representative of the Konrad Adenauer Institute.
Γεια σας και καλημέρα. Dear Professor Ifantis, dear Ino, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure for me that the Konrad Adenauer Foundation is a partner and supporter of the Athens Security Forum 2024 again. At a time when the security landscape of Europe and the world is facing new challenges, the exchange and cooperation that we promote here are crucial. Europe's security is no longer just a question of national policy, but a shared responsibility. We therefore come together to ask ourselves whether we can organize our security independently of the US in the future. My answer on this question is very clear. We must have the capabilities to organize our own security, but we want to continue to work closely in the Transatlantic Alliance and Partnership. We want to work together for our values and interests worldwide, in NATO and with the USA. This is not only a historical responsibility, but also makes sense to join our forces. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has made it painfully clear to all of us in Europe how fragile peace is here. What began as a regional conflict has developed into an existential threat to the European order. Russia has trampled on the basic principles of international law by invading Ukraine. This aggression is not only an attack on a single country, but on the entire security architecture of our Europe. The repeated disregard for the sovereignty of states, the systematic destruction of infrastructure, and the inhuman treatment of civilians are a painful reminder that peace cannot to be taken for granted. At the same time, we experience a further escalation here in the Eastern Mediterranean, which has far-reaching consequences for the stability in the region and beyond. The war between Israel and the terrorist organizations Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran has further destabilized the fragile balance in the Near and Middle East. These conflicts are not only a challenge for the countries concerned, but also for the international community. We expect to feel the consequences of this destabilization here in Greece and Europe, for example, with new refugee arrivals. These two crises, the war in Ukraine and the wars of aggression against Israel in the Middle East, clearly illustrate the need for a coherent, united, and strategic response from Europe. Europe must not hesitate any longer because the conflicts are taking place on our doorstep or almost in our house. But what does this mean in concrete terms? First of all, we believe that we need to strengthen our security and defense structures at European level. We can no longer see the task of NATO and the EU as isolated elements. The development of strategic autonomy is not the goal of isolation, but the basis for European foreign and security policy that is capable of acting. We need to ensure that every country, from Estonia to Portugal, from Sweden to here in Greece, contributes to a common defense strategy. That means a consistent focus on cooperation and partnership and the development of a common defense market. So may argue that the risk of such unification are too great, or that national self-interest should continue to take precedence. But reality shows us that in today's globalized world, no nation can guarantee its security alone. It is a European task to think about European security. Only through collective action and a clear strategic direction can we meet the challenges that we face in the form of geopolitical tensions, military conflicts, and hybrid threats. This collective responsibility also includes defending our values and principles in the same way as we defend our territory. Respect for human rights, respect for international law, and the protection of civilians in conflicts are completely linked to the European security strategy. This requires a clear political and military response to aggression of any kind, as well as a commitment to support countries that need our solidarity in their defense. Let us therefore reflect today and tomorrow on how we can jointly develop a security strategy for Europe based no longer on dependence, but based on a close partnership with the United States and in the Transatlantic framework. Therefore, I'm really looking forward to the discussions, the fruitful thoughts here on the Athens Security Forum 2024. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Marian, also for the continued support of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. On this occasion, many thanks also to our precious friend Lefteris Petropoulos. And I would like to invite to the floor Jenny Capello for her welcome, the representative of Hans Seidel Stiftung in Greece. Thank you very much, Jenny.
Αγαπητέ κύριε Ιφαντή, αγαπητοί Ινώ,
Dear Mr. Ifandis, dear dear guests, I am extremely happy that this time as well Hans Seidel participates as a partner in this third forum that is organized by the Institute of International Relations of Pandion, because we consider that it is a significant forum. We participate in this year's forum of Pandion of the Institute of International Relations because it is a significant forum for the public dialogue around the big challenges that Europe faces in an unstable world and in a very fluid environment. The discussions that are going to take place are from excellent speakers who will be asked to come to the floor, and I am convinced that they will give the proper answers to these challenges. I will be brief, therefore, so that I'll leave room to the panel that is going to come up in a little while. And thank you very much, all of you, for your participation, mainly the organizers, Professor Mr. Ifandis and our dear friend Ino Afendouli. We would like to thank you for the support, spiritual, material, and
thank also our foreign partners, Chatham House, Klingendahl, Brio. We have the pleasure and honor to have Ambassador Sabanadze with us today, Karsten Wieland. Unfortunately, Klingendahl representative Erwin van Wiel had a problem with his kid and he would not make it, but he will be online. I don't know if Ambassador Sabanadze would like to say just a welcome, or we're going to this, whatever you wish. Okay, but thanks again for your participation and contribution to the forum. And on this note, I would like to invite to the panel our distinguished speakers, Angelos Syrigos. First of all, I will invite my good friend and colleague Marilena Koppa, who is going to chair this panel. Να καλέσω λοιπόν τον κύριο Άγγελο Συρίγο,
Mr. Angelos Syrigos, Professor Kostas Lavdas, Nikos Zifakis, the Professor Maria Gavinelli, and call her to the panel. Thank you very much for the participation of all of you in the discussion that is going to begin right now, and we hope that it will be extremely interesting. Thank you very much. Dear Marilena, you have the floor. Then we are going to have a second session. We are going to be connected with Brussels, the representative of NATO, Mrs. Elena Lazaru, and Professor Mr. Arvanitopoulos. Thank you very much. Good morning. I have the pleasure to preside an excellent panel with excellent colleagues for an issue which is very hot, uncertain times, turbulent times. Europe is surrounded by wars, the war in the Ukraine, which is now over 2.5 years, with terrible losses of human life and infrastructure, and then the Middle East war, where we are talking about a bloody war with many victims, mainly civilians, women and children, and a humanistic problem that has taken place in recent times. Europe, therefore, surrounded by this frame, is pressed and on an energy basis, political basis, with an increase of popularism and the society driven away from the political system. After the American elections, that the Transatlantic and the relationship with the US, we are in a period of uncertainty. We cannot forecast anything for the future, and in this framework, Europe is making a big effort to stand defensively in this uncertain environment. The old target of strategic autonomy has already begun with the strategic industrial autonomy, that is to say, with military equipment emphasis. But in order to get there, there is a huge route, the road that we have to go through. For these things, our speakers are going to talk. Mr. Angelos Syrigos, first Professor of International Defense, member of the Defense and Foreign Affairs Committee in the Hellenic Parliament. Mr. Syrigos, you have the floor. Thank you very much. The organizers for the honorary invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, straight to the point. The question is, what do we do as Europe? We are in a critical phase. I think the most critical phase that Europe has gone through after 1945. Europe is called upon to undertake itself the means for its own defense and security. We have a Europe which is a giant in terms of economics, but in reality, on issues of external foreign affairs and defense, is not. When the war in Yugoslavia started, was said that the difference between Europe and US at 12 o'clock at night, when the first bullet drops, you know whom to call in the US, but you don't know whom to call in the European Union. That's why the reason was that we created a series of structures for common foreign policy and security policy. It is interesting that these structures, although they do exist, they do not have the backup, the appropriate content in relation to what you would expect from a Europe so strongly financially. And the reason is that for many years, the Europeans let their defense into the United States. It is interesting that even Europe avoids using the word defense. Europe uses the word security. Now, the election of Trump perhaps will bring to the surface two issues for Europe. The first has to do with what I have already mentioned. Europe must see if can create its own structures and if it will be able to use some of the existing NATO structures. The second has to do with the Ukraine war. If indeed the United States want with the new presidency to finish the war in one day, as the elected president has said, this means that he will take a picture of the existing situation, and on the second level it means, based on the existing situation, the Russians occupy all the eastern areas of Ukraine. Therefore, you photograph a future where the Russians will remain in Crimea and the eastern regions of Ukraine. Will Europe want to carry on their support to Ukraine? This happens when the two countries that they are the vehicles, Germany and France of Europe. The first, they do not have a government, they are going to have elections. In the second country, the President Macron has lots of internal problems and he is extremely weak. The estimates therefore show that it is extremely difficult for Europe to become an adult in the next period of time, even if it is pressed quite a lot by the US. The other issue that is related with the Trump election is this percent for defense, 4 billion euros per year. We have here another problem. The European defense industry does not have the width of the American weaponry and in many cases the quality. Therefore, a big part of the 400 billion euros per annum will be directed towards the American war industries. That means that Europe should look in depth the issue of its defense. And when I say seriously, I'm not talking only to strengthen the defense industries, but also to see other issues. He reminds you that Greece, for many years, wants to exempt from the control of the annual deficit the defense expenditure, and the European Union is constantly against it. The third war in the area has to do with Israel. In Israel, the facts that we have right now show that as time goes by, instead of things being restricted, de-escalated, they take a bigger dimension, and we are in a peripheral war that is being developed more and more. The balance of terror that in previous years Iran had achieved. Iran had a series of satellites that threatened Israel, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in South Lebanon, Alevites in Syria, Shiites in Iran, Houthi in Yemen are the 5 non-state actors that were controlled by Iran. This meant all these years that Iran had borders with Israel through Hezbollah, through Hamas, through Alevitans of Syria, without Israel having borders with Iran. This created security to Iran because it considered that in this way it could keep Israel away from attacks. In recent times, this balance of terror has changed completely. This practically means that Iran feels that does not have the ability to have a counterbalance against Israel, and we have different scenarios that have to do with the day after for Iran, which is not related necessarily with all these actors around Israel, but with the creating of a nuclear weaponry in Iran, which means that we will be closer into escalation in the area. Of course, our country is in all this situation, which for many years has been participating in the 2 strong organizations, NATO and the European Union. Without these 2 organizations, to solve the security problem that Greece has in the wider area, because the security problem derives from a country who belongs to NATO. I believe that my estimate is that in the next period of time, and with our presence in NATO and European Union, the local axis of security, I will stop in the 2.5 minutes, says the speaker. The target is to strengthen the local axis of security. Greece, Cyprus, Israel, Greece, Cyprus, Egypt. And one comment with the relations between Greece and Cyprus. The Aegean is an introvert sea. When you look at the Aegean, you see opposite the Turkey. Cyprus is the one that gives you the ability to see the wider area of the Eastern Mediterranean. The axis of Greece-Cyprus multiplies the importance both Greece and Cyprus in the whole of the Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ τον αγαπητό συνάδελφο Άγγελο Συρίγο και για την τήρηση του χρόνου.
I would like to thank Mr. Syrigos, my colleague, for the big picture that you showed us about Greece and the position that Greece has in this global situation now. Mrs. Kabinelli, Professor of International Law, University of Athens, that she has chosen to talk about Europe in the Eastern Mediterranean, the challenges. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue where Angelos stopped, because he talked about Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean, and I will go on from there. It is the first time that the European Commission has a commissioner for the Mediterranean. We will see what will happen in the end. But the fact that there is the feeling that a separate portfolio for the Mediterranean is required is a characteristic. And if we combine it with the new portfolio for defense, we have a very interesting link. And let us put also the discussions on energy, the discussions on immigration and refugee flows, and you understand immediately how important the Mediterranean is, specifically the Eastern Mediterranean, in the broader discussion about Europe safety. So that for the first time, the European Commission very consciously turns its attention to the East. It is a trend, a need that shows the role of Greece that we are asked to play in this region. Let's see each one separately. First of all, energy. We have been reading in the newspapers, hearing on TV and radio, etc., discussions about the Cyprus connection. But this is not just a connection between Greece and Cyprus. It is a bigger plan. It is started as an interconnection between Middle East and Emirates, and finally with India. So there is a transfer of energy in the wider region. And this had two very important points. The first point was that we would be talking, we are still talking about it, but of course the war plays a role, that we would be talking about multiple sources, not only LNG, not only the gas that comes through Turkey. We have the possibility of generation of energy from alternative sources, wind and sun, from the wider region. So this means energy security, 100%, without any question. And if we connect here a region that traditionally was included in the war, and there was no dialogue between this country and others, much better. If we can create jobs in Egypt, in the great area of North Africa, you can understand that it's not only a win-win situation, but a perfect plan. Greece playing a big part in it, but things are not so easy and convenient because of the war. And what remains is the need for interconnection. Interconnection allows us in reality to use the new networks for energy storage. One of the major issues is that, at least now, we do not have proper batteries that would allow us to generate the power from sun and the wind and store it to use it at night, that we do not have these two sources. At the time that we have the peak of energy generation, bright sun, as you can understand, we put the system out. Otherwise, the system will burn down. This is quite irrational, but if we have an interconnection with a peak time in India that will go to the peak time to Saudi Arabia, to Cairo, to Athens, to Italy. So practically, you transfer energy and you store it to your own network. It is not accidental that all these systems are systems of European interest with a top priority. Something else about immigration flows. I believe that all of us have seen the figures. The fixed increase in these flows from the south to Europe, an increase which is justified because of the wars. Right now, we do not have a very significant increase because of Gaza. We have an increase because of Lebanon, but we do have an increase in the figures of from North Africa. And we understand, all of us, that this can progress to have fleets of immigrants coming to Europe. Well, what can we do? To put up fences and walls means spending money in order to deal with a wave that cannot be addressed. We must be smarter. Up to now, we have given money to Egypt, for example, or to North Africa, generally speaking, in order to get organized. And in a way, we have a kind of blackmail. I know it is a very harsh word, but we have seen it in Tunisia, that they told us to go away and stay away. So we must find a way to incorporate these societies in our logic and help young people not to abandon their country. 1 million jobs are required for the youth of Egypt. No country in Europe can do that. So the idea of interconnection, rails, cargo ships constitute a logic that creates new skills and provides new jobs. Jobs that allow the movement of people. Movement of people is not bad, but it must be cyclical. Come here, work, and go back. But if this person comes here under a different framework, then this person won't go back to build his house, to take care of his family. And this does not happen right now. We have to get rid of this logic. The priority is exactly this, not have each and every commissioner isolated as an island, but talk, interconnect, take a step further. If this means that if everything should go up the ladder to the boss, yes, okay, this is something that might be
Ευχαριστώ θερμά
done.
την καθηγήτρια την κυρία Γαβουνέλη. Έβαλε εξαιρετικά
Thank you very much,
θέματα.
Professor. You put
Το θέμα
forward
της
excellent
ενέργειας
issues,
στην
the
Ανατολική
energy
Μεσόγειο, αλλά και
issues
της
in
συνδεσιμότητας,
Eastern
που μπορεί να
Europe and the
λύσει
interconnection
ακριβώς και
that
το
can
θέμα του
solve
πώς θα γίνει η
the
διαχείριση
issue of how the management
των ήπιων
of
μορφών ενέργειας είναι πάρα πολύ
of
σημαντικά και φυσικά το
mild forms of
μεταναστευτικό,
energy, and of course
όπου
the
θα συμφωνήσω
immigration issue,
απολύτως.
where
Η
I will
Ευρώπη
agree
φρούριο δεν είναι
that
λύση.
Europe
Είναι μια
as a
μάχη
fortress is
πραγμάτων που
not
εξ
a
αρχής
solution. It is a fight that is
και όσο
condemned
δεν
to be
βρίσκεται
lost,
μια
and as
συνεκτική,
long as we do not have a cohesive,
σύγχρονη και
modern
ουσιαστική
and
αντιμετώπιση του
essential
μεταναστευτικού, αυτό
addressing
είναι
of the issue of
φλούδος
immigration
της
is
ευρωπαϊκής
butter on the bread
ακροδεξιάς
of the
σε
European
όλες τις
extreme
χώρες της
right
Ευρωπαϊκής
in
Ένωσης.
all
Άρα
the
ένα από τα
countries of the
θέματα που
European
επήγει
Union.
να
Therefore, one of
βρεθούν
the urgent
πραγματικές
issues
λύσεις ρεαλιστικές είναι
that
αυτό.
realistic
Δηλαδή πραγματικά
solutions
πάμε
should
σε
be
μια
given is this. Otherwise,
κατάσταση, όπως
we
σωστά
get into a
αναφέρθηκε, όπου στις
situation
επόμενες δεκαετίες
where
το
in a few
40%
decades, the
του πληθυσμού του
40%
πλανήτη
of the
θα είναι
population
από
of
την
the
Αφρική.
planet
Η
will be from
δημογραφική
Africa.
έκρηξη
The
δεν
demographic
μπορεί να
explosion
σταματήσει. Άρα
cannot stop.
αναπτυξιακές πολιτικές
Therefore,
ουσιαστικές και
the
όχι
growth
πέταμα
policies
χρημάτων
and not throwing
στις
money away
περιοχές αυτές
in
είναι
these
μια λύση,
areas
αλλά
is
χρειάζεται
a
ένα
solution,
πολύ καλά
but
οργανωμένο σχέδιο.
a very well-organized plan
Και τώρα
is
πάμε
necessary.
στο άλλο μεγάλο
And now let's
ερωτηματικό
go
της
to the other big
επόμενης
question
περίοδου,
mark,
που είναι οι διατλαντικές σχέσεις που
which
θα
is
καθορίσουν
the
κατά πολύ το μέλλον της
transatlantic
Ευρώπης. Το
relations
λόγο
that
έχει
will
γι' αυτό ένας
define the
ειδικός, θα έλεγα,
future of
στο
Europe. A
θέμα αυτό,
specialist on this
καθηγητής
issue,
Κώστας
Professor
Λάβδας, Ευρωπαϊκής και
Kostas Lavdas, a
Συντηρητικής Πολιτικής
European
στο Πάντιο.
policy at the
Έχει
Pantheon
διατελέσει
University,
καθηγητής στην έδρα ελληνικών και
professor
ευρωπαϊκών σπουδών
on
Κωνσταντίνος Καραμαλής στο Fletcher School of Law and
on the
Diplomacy,
seat
Boston,
of
και senior research fellow στο
Karamanlis
London School of Economics. Έχει γράψει
seat
πάρα πολλά
in
βιβλία,
Boston, has
πάρα
written
πολλά
many
άρθρα
books,
ακριβώς πάνω
many
στα θέματα
articles
αυτά.
on
Κύριε
these
καθηγητά,
issues.
έχετε το λόγο.
Professor,
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κυρία Πρόεδρε, αγαπητή Μαριλένα.
thank you.
Θα περιμένω
Dear
με
Marilena,
και όταν έρθει, οπότε
I will expect with pleasure the little paper which will tell me how many minutes I have to speak.
Καταρχήν,
First of all,
συμφωνήσω
I will
όπως
agree
σε ένα paper το οποίο ίσως θυμάται η Νόε Φεντούλη στο ΙΔΙΣ πέρσι σε ξένους
in
επισκέπτες για το
a
μεταναστευτικό.
paper that I had about immigration. The elephant in the room is an African elephant, and this is an issue that the European Union see this issue very carefully, but
και ενδεχομένως και εφλέγων λόγω των εκλογών της 5ης Νοεμβρίου.
due to the American elections, the issue is hot. I will try and brief to develop it. Two observations. Europe has gone through very difficult periods after the Second World War. There was a period that was the understanding that nuclear weapons cannot be avoided, and that created anxiety.
Και πριν αναφέρθηκε βεβαίως στον ψυχρό πόλεμο που κινδύνευσε 2 φορές να γίνει θερμός. Άρα, μια πάρα πολύ
talked about the Cold War in the past. Another period that, although the internal relationships where we had conflict, and after the end of the Cold War, with Russia and China, with Ivanov, if I remember those days, the foreign minister of Russia. Well, Europe is not at the most critical crossroads, and the transatlantic relations are so critical that will lead to breaking down, although we are in a difficult phase as we have been in the past. Another thing, the way that the European relations in the past overcame the problems does not give us an easy recipe of what is going to happen in the future, because we have different facts now.
Και μπαίνω τώρα στη συζήτηση των σενάριων. Θα
Now, the
ξεκινήσω την
scenarios
συζήτηση.
I will
Να
start.
θυμίσω ότι
Let
το
me remind you,
23 και στις αρχές του 24, το
2023,
Φεβρουάριο,
beginning of 2024,
μπορούμε να μιλήσουμε με στοιχεία, το διεθνές εμπόριο όπλων
the international trade of weapons
$140 δισεκατομμύρια.
exceeded $140 billion. It is interesting. If you see, let's say, 2018, 2022, 2019, 2024, the global trade has decreased 3.3%. Contrary, as regards Europe, the imports of weapons increased, and this increased 55% by the US, from the US. The list that we can see now in the last few months after the invasion of Russia to the Ukraine, the reality is in the ranking of the countries that through the process of the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, we have a different ranking in the exporters of weapons. France exceeded other countries. What I want to say is that Europe not only is not in the worst phase, France, in terms of geopolitics, of course, not they are in a period not only in political crisis, but an increase of technological development and capabilities. This means that big players in Europe, France, Germany, smaller players, Italy, Spain, they play a role. Therefore, it is critical the process that started in connection with the European defensive strategy, because if we cannot have cooperation, synergies, common projects in the defense industry, it will be very difficult because of the dependence to the US. You understand that the trend of the big producers in Europe, France, Germany, and unfortunately the United Kingdom, who is not England, who is not in the European Union anymore. The positive issue is, although we have a restricted means, a process begins where the European industry. The second observation has to do.
Βεβαίως, σχεδόν όλα αυτά που λέμε προϋποθέτουν μία αντίληψη για τις ευρωατλαντικές σχέσεις. Ενίοτε
The transatlantic relations. Everything we have to think is what is the relationship of European Union and NATO and United States. If, as everything seems to be, we are in a phase where the Ukraine realistically will not be in a position to avoid compromise, and I'm not talking about Crimea, which has been lost since 2014, this will mean that the Ukraine will accept that in 5-10 years time, I don't know, will not see the future as a member of NATO. If things develop like this means that a big burden will be on the European Union. Infrastructure, European unification, all these things, but the European Union will work on another field as an equivalent of the European strategy of the United States in Europe. The enlargement after the collapse of the Soviet Empire had the character of undertaking the European Union of the regional stabilizer. European stability those days. The role of the European Union perhaps has the need of an operational equivalent for accession to NATO for many years. If the European Union at a period of time, let's say in 3, 5, 10 years' time, has managed to sufficiently have strategic autonomy and neglecting the veto, the policies must become mature first of all. This means that in the new reality, which is hybrid and which will be finally multi-central one, is clear that the European Union will be able to play this role. It is clear that for many parameters, the other case is grey. If the European Union does not become a pole of attraction, then we will have problems in the centers that we have in the middle of the European Union. This means that we must have a perception. We go to a multipolar system that will go hand in hand with a multi-center system where we will have 10, 12 centers. So if the European Union cannot develop its own point of view that will approach friends like Beijing, New Delhi, and a more liberal Russia in the future, then the risk inside Europe will be big.
Thank you very much. Let's see the dilemma that you mentioned, whether Europe will be able to become a pole. A huge discussion has unraveled in recent years, in particular under these conditions. But the big issue is whether the European countries will be able to have an interconnection and more synergic solutions in terms of the armies, whether we can talk about a European industrial basis, which is going to be really European. And of course, the very interesting opinion about Ukraine and its future after the war, and what the role of Europe will be. In these few words, let's go to the last speaker, who is going to focus on a specific region. Professor Nikos Tsifakis, holder of the seat Jean Monnet, Professor of International Relationships of the Peloponnese University, one of the few experts in the Western Balkans, and he's going to talk to us about exactly what the European Union does in this region. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and congratulate them on this meeting. I'm going to focus on Western Balkans. As you mentioned, we could say that Western Balkans is an interior yard of the European Union. Western Balkans are surrounded only by member states of the European Union. Whatever index we observe, we will see that the European Union prevails 67%, for example, of the external trade. 60% of the direct foreign investments. The European Union has a very specific strategic vision for this region. However, the European Union has failed to achieve the three targets it has set. First of all, peace. Third decade after ceasing wars, and we see that there is hate talks, refusal, denial to have a specific European approach. Bosnia-Herzegovina is under the most serious crisis after the Dayton Agreement. Transatlantic threatens the international community by saying that he will organize a dissociation referendum. Both sides, Herzegovina and Pristina, create crisis. The problems still remain, they are unsolved, and they trigger a sequence of crises. The second target was to promote the democratization of this region. We see after 2012 the tendency of going backwards. All the Western Balkan countries are governed by hybrid regimes or authoritarian regimes. Other terms might be used, but the result is the same. When we talk about elections, there are continuous problems. The electoral rolls are not the proper ones. The establishment of customer relationships, threats against the opposition leaders, independent authorities, for example, the authority against corruption, they do not have the appropriate staff or they are not financed properly. And we have many bullying incidents, threats against journalism, no freedom of expression. Finally, the third failure is the promotion of financial sustainability and the convergence with the European member states. In 2022, GDP was between 27% and 49% of the average European Union ones. 520 euros was the average salary. Unemployment for the youth. Also, every minutes a citizen leaves the Western Balkans in order to go to Europe to find work. And we see that in the last decade, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Albania have lost 10% of their population due to the demographic problems. The revival of regression, going backwards, all these tendencies show that the European Union, in order to reverse this cycle of failures, is exactly what it has promised in Thessaloniki in 23 to find deep, look into the problems into depth and go forward with the reforms. The enlargement of the European Union must be based on meritocratic criteria, and this means that if countries do not comply with this criteria, should not be accepted.
The
state of law and the fundamental rights is the only way in order to break this authoritarian cycle, and the financial convergence requires higher amounts of funds. Demographically, the population of the Western Balkans is approximately the population of Poland. The economy of the area corresponds to the Slovakian economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the excellent comments. 3 failures on the security and stability and in the economy show the indifference of the European Union in the area. And now, because of the Ukraine war, is trying to catch up, but doing again and again the same mistakes. I would like to congratulate all the speakers of how disciplined they have been. We have almost 17 minutes to have comments and questions. Therefore, I would like to ask if someone wants to make a comment or ask, get the microphone and go forward.
Παρακαλώ, πείτε το όνομά σας και την ιδιότητά σας. Και αν έχετε συγκεκριμένη ερώτηση σε κάποιον ομιλητή.
Καλημέρα σας. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ
Good
για το
morning.
πάνελ.
Thank you very much. Κωνσταντίνος, professor at the Pantheon. If Europe can manage by itself, for how long it will be able to do so if it does not address the problems, the health of its citizens, and
και να κάνουμε ένα πρώτο κύκλο. Η κυρία εδώ στη δεύτερη γραμμή, εδώ παρακαλώ, που έχει σηκώσει το χέρι της. Παρακαλώ.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. I'm the Austrian ambassador here in Greece, Gerda Vogel. Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. A lot of different perspectives and views, and that's what we are looking for. I was wondering why the climate crisis was not mentioned much by the panelists. I think it's one big issue that, apart from the current security concerns, and I was happy to hear that some of you believe in a future with a more liberal Russia being part of the international community again. But apart from our current security concerns, I believe that the climate crisis is one aspect that will hit us very hard in the near future. And here in Greece, I think we see it every summer more. And it is something that we need to work together on globally. And I believe that a lot has been done already, also in the big countries, China and India, which are the current big polluters. A lot has been done also in the past in the US. Now, of course, with the new government administration, let's see how that will continue. But what do you think, what can be done, or what is Europe's role in this? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And the lady there.
Γεια σας.
Το όνομά σας και την ιδιότητά σας, παρακαλώ.
Ωραία. Νεφέλη Καψάλη ονομάζομαι. Φοιτήτρια απόφοιτος είμαι από το Τμήμα Διεθνών και Ευρωπαϊκών Σπουδών στο
Pandion. From the International and European Studies at the Pandion University. Mrs. Davounelli, interconnection and integration. How, with the background that we have in Europe and the relation with these countries, perhaps whether it will we will have a new wave of colonialization. No more than 2 minutes. Let me answer about climate crisis. I did not mention it because of the lack of time. I didn't talk about the environmental degradation in the area. I'll give you some facts. Atmospheric pollution, 18 units of electric production in 2020 gave more CO2 emissions compared to the 211 units in Europe. The coal in Serbia gave more than all the units of the European Union. There is a very serious problem in the Western Balkans. The pollution, of course, does not stop in the borders. It influences Greece, Italy, all the European countries, is responsible for 19,000 deaths in the area in the last couple of years and for many health problems. Therefore, when we talk about growth, green transition is absolutely necessary. But it is understood that because of the Ukraine issue, we try to find solutions in order to have more freedom in the natural gas, but at the same time, we finance natural gas pipes, which means that we are looking at the short-term interest and not the long-term interest.
Δύο παρατηρήσεις. Η πρώτη παρατήρηση είναι ότι βεβαίως σε ένα βαθύτερο επίπεδο
on a deeper level of values and normative approaches, one would expect on the climate crisis to be closer with the American friends, but as all democracies, the United States are vulnerable with ideological and political changes. We experienced this with the disagreement on the most aggressive policy about the climate. The climate crisis will lead us to a different approach, which says that with the countries that we must coexist are the champions in pollution because they are in a stage of development. The European Union must talk seriously the nuclear issue because there is a taboo there which has been created because of the understandable approach of green political parties, and this is something that causes problems, climate problems, geopolitical problems, financial problems. Of course, we must see the champions of pollution, but let us see the problems of the European policy with a reliable use of nuclear energy that could give some solutions. The new forms of nuclear energy will be the future. But, dear Ambassador, I would like to tell you that the two thematics on energy and mobility of population are issues that have to do with climate change. I would prefer, in view of the total discussion after the US elections, to get into a streamlining procedure of the issues of climate change. You saw the European agriculturals had really complaints of how the changes are going to take place in Europe. But we cannot talk about energy if we don't take into consideration climate changes and the pursuit for alternative green industry in ways that will create less problems, fewer problems in the European societies. The shrinkage of population in Europe and the way that we manage people outside it. My proposal is contrary to colonialization. Instead of telling them, do this, do that, we integrate them in a unified system of decision taking and do whatever you believe is best for yourself. The alternative is to leave your country because of climate crisis, but still it has not caused great mobility of people. We tell them either you are going to leave your country and come and knock at our door, creating problems because you have brain drain and to us because we have political problems, or we have to find a way so that you can stay home, become richer, become better, and not depend on us, and we will be able to work in a unified way in a planet which will be interconnected. There is a new research center in the country that the OECD has created for the population and welfare. It is a characteristic choice of words. The reason why this took place is because we must talk about the way that our societies are shrinked, but research shows that there is no society in the planet right now that is not being shrinked. Our societies have tremendous rate of shrinkage. The biggest rate of shrinkage is in South Korea. But even Nigeria, that you could see have an increase of population, if you see internally, it has a lot of ranking and big difference. We are in front of a new financial economic model. This new economic model will demand the replanning, redesigning of all our policies, and this will take place in a new financial climate and a new climate, because climate change changes the economic structures. We don't have only the south, the olives in the south of Europe. Perhaps we'll have olive trees in Austria. Therefore, we have to see the whole thing in total. And I have said many times that we are at the end of a historical cycle and in the beginning of a new adventure. Where this will lead us, I do not know. Thank you.
Συνεχίζοντας αυτό που έλεγε η Μαρία Καπουνέλη, παγκοσμίως από το 1950
globally, since 1950 to date, births per woman globally, which were 5 children from 5, now is 2.3. I'm saying that because from the moment that every automatically the way that the society works changes. The whole of has a demographic problem. There is no country that reaches the 2.1. The best country is France with 1.78. The best country is below the limit. Turkey, for example, that for many years we saw high demographic rates. 2023 had the lowest number of births in their history, and they are under 2. I'm saying all this because the counterexample is South Korea, which is 0.7 cooperation on defense and security, mutual understanding on the problems that we face in the neighborhood, and what we say, mutual relationships which will be mixed. This is very difficult with today's situation, and because it is difficult, one should be prepared for all the scenarios, not because we like bad scenarios. We like the welfare scenarios, that's what the public opinion wants, and dignity scenarios. If this is not possible, it is natural that countries who are in difficult neighborhoods to prepare for all possible scenarios. Thank you very much. I have 25 seconds, as much time as I need, to thank you very much for the very important things that you told us. Thank you very much. Don't move, because the next panel will start immediately.
Session is how resilient is the Atlantic Alliance? I think a question that is in everyone's mind during these days. So we have the honor and the pleasure to have with us Professor Konstantin Arvanitopoulos, former Minister of Education, Director General of the Konstantinos Karamanlis Foundation, Mr. Peter Lunak, Deputy Head Engagements, NATO Public Diplomacy Division. Thank you for being with us. And Mrs. Eleni Lazaru, I don't know if she can hear us now, Associate Fellow, US and Americas Program, Chatham House. So let me start by Professor Arvanitopoulos for his first thoughts. Oh, you prefer? Yeah. Okay, so Professor Arvanitopoulos prefers that we start with our guest. So Mr. Lunak, if you're ready, we can listen to your thoughts. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation, which was actually not initially addressed to me, but to my colleague and friend, Nicola De Santis, who unfortunately cannot be present. And NATO is a crisis management organization, so I was actually happy to step in and provide some thoughts on the topic of this conference. In fact, I listened to part of the previous panels, and I think I hope that this panel, where I'm honored to participate, will be just as interesting and stimulating as the previous one. Now, I will not be speaking for long. I will make I think 3 or 4 points as to what I think needs to be said in the context of alliance present and future. But let me just start by saying that in fact the world has profoundly changed over the past decade. Putin has brought back a war to Europe. Global competition has accelerated. Many challenges from terrorism to disruptive technologies have transformed our security landscape and our everyday lives. And as the world has changed, so has NATO. In fact, we have responded in a number of ways to all these challenges. We have strengthened our defenses by putting tens of thousands of combat-ready NATO soldiers on our eastern flank. For the first time in our history, in fact, we now have 500,000 soldiers across the alliance on high readiness across the alliance, backed by substantial air and naval power. We are ramping up production of military capabilities and building closer ties between our defense industries across Europe and North America. We have also, or NATO allies have also significantly increased their investment in defense. The number of allies who spend at least 2% of GDP on defense has gone from 3 in 2014 to 23 today. We do all this not to provoke war, but in fact to prevent war and preserve peace. That is our core mission, frankly. NATO over the past decade has become not only stronger, but also larger. 4 countries over the past decade have joined: Montenegro, North Macedonia, Finland, and Sweden. They joined our family, and in fact, Ukraine is closer to NATO than ever before, closer to NATO where she rightfully belongs. We have also strengthened and deepened our partnerships with countries in the Indo-Pacific region. We expanded our partnerships in our southern neighborhood and brought our cooperation with the European Union to high and unprecedented levels. We also tackled challenges from wherever they might come. In fact, a few years ago, we added to the 3 operational domains, that is air, land, and sea, 2 new ones: cyberspace and space. In order to tackle the challenges that come from these particular areas. We now have a greater focus on innovation and deep tech with NATO's Defense Innovation Accelerator. We use an acronym called DIANA, and our $1 billion NATO investment fund. Now, I think there are from the last decade there are about 4 or 5 lessons to be drawn for our future. The first thing that security doesn't come for free. I already mentioned the fact that nowadays we have 23 allies, including Greece, by the way, who spend at least 2% on defense. We need to get used to the fact that when our security is in danger, that our defense budget need to go up. The more we spend, the stronger our defenses will be. The good news is that indeed, since 2014, 23 from originally 3 member countries, 23 now spend or meet the target of 2% on defense. That is the good news. The bad news, however, is that it might be the case that this will not be enough. I'm not going to quote any figure, but in fact, we now NATO allies have now agreed that in fact 2% is not the ceiling, is the floor from where we need to look into the future. We need this money to make sure that we can actually deliver on our core missions, that we can implement the defense, to meet specific capability targets, that we can actually execute the plans that we have to defend every inch of allied territory. So perhaps we will need to spend more in the future. Now, the second lesson, I think, is that freedom is more important than free trade. In fact, our economic choices have security implications and consequences. Until recently, some allies have been or believed that buying gas from Russia was a purely commercial matter. However, we have seen that relying on gas from Russia made us vulnerable. We must not make the same mistake with China, frankly. We need to better protect our civilian infrastructure, critical infrastructure, avoid exporting technologies that can be used against us, and frankly, also reduce our dependence on critical materials from strategic competitions. This is crucial for our security. This does not mean that the alliance should start building barriers amongst themselves or towards the outside world. Not at all. Protectionism between allies is not good for our security, and it's not good for our economies. In fact, the Article 2 of the Washington Treaty, our cornerstone document, says that allies must increase economic cooperations and economic cooperation and collaboration. The third lesson is that military strength is a prerequisite for dialogue. This is clearly demonstrated in Ukraine, where I don't think that by providing help to Ukraine we can change Mr. Putin's calculus. Certainly not. And we cannot change Mr. Putin's intentions as far as Ukraine is concerned. What we can change is his calculus. By giving Ukraine more weapons, we can make sure that the regime in Moscow understand that it cannot win on the battlefield, and that the only option for Russia is to come to the negotiating table. Although paradoxical, the shortest path to peace and dialogue in Ukraine is through providing more weapons to Ukraine. And that's exactly what NATO allies have been doing, and NATO has been stepping up also its role in coordinating aid and assistance provided to Ukraine by individual allies. The fourth lesson, I think, is that military power has its limits. And I think Afghanistan is a case in point. Following the terrorist attacks against the United States in 2001, it was right for NATO to send forces into Afghanistan. Our military intervention helped degrade Al-Qaeda and prevent Afghanistan from becoming the hub of international terrorism as it was in the past. We achieved our original objectives, but we also saw the cost of mission creep. building a democratic and united Afghanistan with equal rights for all was a worthy goal, but it was too ambitious. And I think we should, in our future endeavors, we should keep that in mind. So we should be, very clear as to what our military can achieve and what it cannot. The last point I would probably mention is that we should not take the transatlantic bond for granted. We need to recognize on both sides of the Atlantic the value of the transatlantic alliance and invest in it. This year we actually marked 75 years since NATO was founded in 1949. We all have to understand that without NATO, there is no security of Europe. 80% of NATO's defense expenditure comes from allies that are not members of the European Union. These allies contribute significant resources, but they are also strategically positioned to secure the European continent, and so on and so forth. For their part, Americans must also recognize the value of their friends and allies in NATO. From Korea to Afghanistan, America has never had to fight alone. 31 countries make substantial contribution to US security interests. They multiply America's power and influence international and globally. This is an advantage that no other major global power has. NATO is one of America's greatest assets. I will stop here, and I will with interest listen to what other colleagues have to say, and of course I'll be delighted to answer any questions if there are any. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much. I wonder whether Mrs. Lazaru can hear us. Mrs. Lazaru? No. So then I give the floor to Professor Konstantin Arvanitopoulos for his presentation.
Thank you, Marlena. And let me start by thanking the organizers for this very timely conference on issues of security. And I'm not going to talk so much about NATO as about the future of transatlantic relations. And let me start saying that if the past is the prologue, we have to expect that the transatlantic alliance will come under strain under a Trump presidency, very much like it had been during the first Trump administration. You might recall that President Trump, once he got into office, he made statements regarding NATO to the effect that NATO is obsolete. It was not just about burden sharing, that, to be fair to Trump, has been an issue that has been raised consistently by every US president since President Kennedy. And if I may add, the Americans have a point at that, in the sense that for many years, the Europeans have been free riders on the issue of defense. But it was not just about burden sharing. Trump educated the American public opinion for 4 years that the European Union is, quote unquote, our adversary. Russians are our friends. NATO is obsolete. And if you recall, he sent his ideological guru, Steve Bannon, to organize the Trump International in Europe, talking with people of populist orientation or far-right orientation. Now, if you look at the campaign statements that Trump has made, they fall into the same line. He talked about burden sharing again, and he made statements that, if nothing more, weaken NATO. But what I want to talk about and pinpoint today is not just the effect of a Trump presidency on the transatlantic alliance, but the macro trends that one can discern if one takes a careful look into the making of American foreign policy. And the fact is that President Biden is probably the last transatlanticist. It seems to me that Europe does not have the same geopolitical interest for the United States that it had in the past. The main orientation of US foreign policy is shifting towards Asia. And there is a young generation of American policymakers that hold positions of power that I think have been raised without the images or the stories of the Cold War. They do not have memories, they do not have images of the Cold War era. There's a younger generation that for them, Europe does not hold the same value, geopolitical value, than it did during the Cold War. They feel that Russia is a weakened superpower, as Senator McCain had put it, a gas station with nukes. And so the only challenge and imminent threat coming to US interests comes from Asia, comes from China. And you can see that even in the debate, the perennial debate within the State Department between the Atlanticists and the Pacificists. I think the Pacificists now hold the upper hand. You can see it also in American campuses. European studies are not as popular as they were in the past. And you can certainly see that in a consensus form that cuts horizontally the two major parties. Both Democrats and Republicans have formed a consensus that the real challenge comes from Asia, comes from China. There's a consensus, a rare consensus in today's polarized political system, that for the United States, there is only one preeminent challenge, and that is China. It is not Russia. I grant to you and I submit to you that there is an ephemeral renewal of interest of the United States in Europe because of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. But I think that we should be cognizant of the fact that sooner or later, whether Democrats or Republicans occupied the White House, there would be a slow shifting of interest when it comes to the Democrats, and a more rapid shifting of interest when it comes to Republicans towards Asia. I need not remind you that the pivot to Asia, to be fair to Trump, did not come under the Trump administration, came under President Obama. So there is a rare consensus in this very polarized political system that we are facing a preeminent challenge, and this comes from Asia. So the real question that is being raised for us Europeans is where this shifting of interest and this global shifting of the balance of power leaves us with. What does it leave us with? And I think that for us Europeans, the issue was that for many years, our defense was dependent upon the United States security umbrella. We had a relationship of dependence when it came to the field of defense and security upon the United States. Now, during the Trump administration and facing all the challenges that we witnessed as Europeans, we tried to make a change. And that was very clearly represented by Frau Merkel, that said, we need to take our fate in our own hands. And this is when the Commission came out with a document talking about strategic autonomy. Now, if we look at the facts, strategic autonomy may have been a lofty ideal, but at the same time, it proved to be a bridge too far. So I think that what, as Europeans, we need to strike is a balance of pragmatism. And since President Trump considers himself as the par excellence deal maker, we need to talk about striking a grand new bargain in the Transatlantic Alliance. And this grand new bargain, I believe, should be along the following lines: that the Europeans should assume greater responsibility within the Atlantic Alliance. They should raise the defense expenditures, their defense expenditures, assume more positions of power and decision-making within the alliance, and assume more operations within the European continent and beyond. That would allow our allies to shift their emphasis and focus on Asia and the Pacific. So instead of talking about strategic dependence on the one hand that belongs to the past, and strategic autonomy that belongs to the long, protracted future, there is a need to talk about strategic complementarity. Because we do have an interest to avoid decoupling in the alliance. And we can avoid decoupling if we come to the new American administration with a feasible plan, with a grand new bargain that will let us Europeans carry on our shoulders most of the responsibilities of defense within NATO, within the decision-making process, within NATO operations, within the defense expenditures, that will allow our allies to shift their emphasis to Asia, but still maintain their presence, weakened as it may be, in the alliance. I think this is a pragmatic and sensible way to move forward, because if we insist, on the one hand, being totally dependent upon the United States that is changing rapidly, both domestically and as far as international priorities and strategic priorities are concerned. And on the other hand, talking about strategic autonomy, which we are not in a position at the moment to assume or to implement, I think will be left in the wasteland. So it seems to me that we need to take a good look at what is happening on the other side of the Atlantic, take a good look at our capabilities, and come up with a certain strategy for a new grand bargain, for a new division of labor within the alliance. The second question becomes, with the weakening of the great European powers, and I'm talking about France and Germany mainly, who will take the leadership to bring about this consensus in European politics and carry the debate with our American friends. But we need to find this kind of leadership in Europe. Otherwise, we will move towards decoupling, which will mean a vulnerable Europe and, of course, an isolated from the European continent, America. The second issue that we're going to face is the trade issues and the economic issues. President Trump has been very clear about his intentions when it comes to his economic policies. He's talking about economic protectionism. He's talking about raising tariffs, not only vis-à-vis China, but also vis-à-vis Europe. And we have to take that with a grain of salt, in the sense that Trump's position is always a part of a negotiating strategy. Nothing is written in stone. Everything he utters, everything he pushes forward is a negotiating position. We have to accept that, but nonetheless, we have to be ready for a tough negotiation when it comes to trade. But in this geopolitical situation, to my understanding, security and defense is much more important than trade issues and economic issues. And the last question on Ukraine. It seems very clear that the US administration's position on Ukraine will come under severe change. There will be a shift. There will be a dramatic change in the position of the United States and the new administration vis-à-vis Ukraine. And I think everything has been written on the wall. President Trump has been very forthcoming with regarding his intentions on Ukraine. He will stop aid, military aid or economic aid to Ukraine. And he will try to push President Zelensky and the Ukrainians to sit at the negotiating table. Now, every negotiating settlement requires two parties. And I fail to see why Putin will accept to come to a negotiating table when he gets a feeling that he is winning this battle. But in any occasion, what it seems to me that the American position, the position of the incoming administration will be on Ukraine, is an aerial image of what the situation is right now on the battlefield. And of course, that will be a very tough pill to swallow for the Ukrainians. And I'm not so certain that this is something that Putin will accept very easily. So that will bring us also in a very tough spot as Europeans, whether we can sustain the present level of our aid to Ukraine and whether we can sustain the policy that we have followed to Ukraine. All these are very important questions. They have no easy answers, but this is my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You raised important question, your proposal on strategic complementarity, the idea of the fact of the weakening of the big European powers and the big question mark on Ukraine. As Mrs. Lazaru has not joined yet, I think we can open up the floor for discussion. I will ask the first question to Professor Arvanitopoulos. What do you think of this last news from the States about the permission to Kiev to use the long-range missile? I mean, 2 months before the end of the Biden administration, is this a trap for Trump or is he on board this whole project? But let's take some more questions, please. Or comments, of course. Please. Identify yourself, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Natalie Sabanat, Chatham House. It was very interesting to hear the discussion. I have sort of two-pronged question that has to do with Russia, China, the alignment and the threat. And I think it was very interesting and absolutely agree that Europeans perceive now, there is more or less consensus that Russia is a major threat. While for the United States, the threat and the competition comes from China. So do you expect, given what you say that there will be some disagreements in transatlantic relationship, that China factor will be one of the reasons for increasing disagreement because of these different perceptions, and perhaps Europeans would not want or will not be willing to play the same game as Trump will, which, as we see, is appointing increasingly China hawks. And this kind of differentiated threat perception makes me think that we kind of miss the picture that Russia and China are helping each other. And there is a growing alignment between the two. So what would the answer be to the increasingly realistic threat from Russo-China alignment for the entire transatlantic alliance? And, does strengthening of the European pillar in the NATO sufficient? Or do we need something else in terms of diplomatic mechanisms or deterrence mechanisms? Perhaps G7 is an institution where the discussion or the weight can be shifted. So if you could comment on this.
Let's see, Mrs. Podimata.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kopa, and thank you for the very enlightening interventions. I want to complement somehow the previous question. It's in relation with China, and the dimension that I would like to add to the discussion is the economic one, because the concept of security, one way or another, has radically changed during the last years, especially after the pandemic crisis and also the Russian invasion to Ukraine. So we have that started in the United States, but I think that it's very dominant nowadays, that the so-called geoeconomics are very much interrelated with the geopolitics. That means that all the major global powers are more and more using economic tools in order to secure geopolitical dominance. So China, and our guest also mentioned that in the framework of the alliance, the economic cooperation is also imperative. And the EU and the strategic autonomy that you mentioned, Professor Avranitopoulos, this is very much to the right direction, but I'm wondering, because, you know, Europe was and still is very dependent towards the United States for its military security, but Europe is also very dependent on other major economies, namely China, especially during the last 5-6 years with the increase of the new green technologies, very important for the new economy that they're moving to. Europe is very dependent, for example, in various so-called critical raw materials, which are imperative for its economy. And the key question is if which is right, if China is perceived by the new, not that much by the new, because I think that it's one of the issues that there is a follow-up between the different administrations in the US. But nevertheless, for President-elect Trump, it's very clear that China is the #1 threat. I just want again to point out why, because actually China is not, at least nowadays, a military threat, but it's an economic threat for the United States, because China is going to be quite soon the #1 economic power. And she is moving towards becoming a very significant power in the so-called disruptive technologies, technology power also. So mainly, I think that's the major concern in the United States. Now, EU, which is not, it's not in its best periods for different reasons, demonstrated very clearly by the recently published reports of former Italian Prime Ministers Letta and Draghi, is a very difficult situation, very dependent towards the US and China, and very weak with its two major economic and political powers, France and Europe, facing significant political and economic problems. To my view, this demonstrates a very complex environment. And the question is, taking all these different dimensions into consideration, how do you think and how do you think we could seek a way out, a solution? To my view, and I'm very sorry for this long intervention, in principle, there is no alternative to remember Margaret Thatcher, for Europe, then moving with very brave steps forward. That means further integration. There is no other way, to my view. But I think that the circumstances are not at all favorable to this direction. And I would like to thank you for your patience, and I'm waiting for your remarks. Thank you.
Yes, well, I just learned that Mrs. Lavazzaru has a big difficulty to connect with us because President Zelensky is at the European Parliament at this very moment. So for her, it's impossible to leave the session and come with us. So I think we can have, yes, please.
Hi, thank you very much for this very interesting.
May you please identify yourself?
Yes, and my name is Sachiko Kitahara from Japanese Embassy, and I'm quite new to here, but seems like I'm a very few Asian origin person here, so maybe I'm obliged to say something from an Asian perspective. But well, I just want to repeat what our prime ministers are saying, that today's Ukraine may be tomorrow's East Asia. So means what is happening here is very big concern of Asian people. And so not only, the interest and shared values, but also directly, as you know, that what North Korea just did in Russia, Ukraine, and it's really something directly affecting us. And we saw that we are very keen to hear and listen what you are thinking about the situation and also towards Asia. And so we are greatly curious about the relationship between you and China, of course, and I'm very keen to listen your opinion about that. But to add that, maybe if you can add something with the North Korean perspective and what they are thinking about it, I'm very grateful to hear about this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very pleased, just a comment, that we have many people from the embassies in Athens. So that's great because we can hear their views too. We have great comments. So which one of, yes, the gentleman, yes.
Clark Bannock here from Alethea Research Institution. I have a question for our NATO colleague where about a comment where that he made. He said that there's a difference between freedom and free trade. And I was wondering if there's any suggestions or policy suggestions on how to approach this new era of statecraft where we protect our allies' economies, where at the same time not, creating a situation where there might be some negative economic shock from protectionism. Thanks.
Thank you. Please.
Carsten Wieland from PRIO. I would like to try to join the Asian perspective with the European or the two scenarios, China and then Russia, but focusing firstly on Russia because of course we are all aware that the war in Ukraine has an implication far beyond Ukraine, not only for us Europeans but for Asians as well and others. Not only about values, but also about borders. And when we look at North Korea, it's really hardware that we are talking about. And I wonder now, when you had outlined a few strategies also, when we talk about Ukraine nowadays, and I think it is even preceding the Trump victory, if we call it Trump plan, if we call it freezing, if we call it a negotiated solution of whatever kind, the scenario that seems to be most likely that is being discussed is a certain front line that might become like the German border after the Second World War. But that implies that the Western part needs tremendous support economically, militarily, security-wise, etc., to develop the western part of Ukraine into a strong, also Western-bound system, security-wise in NATO, but as a maybe not a full member, but something that goes far beyond the security guarantees that Ukraine had before. Now the question is that I also ask myself, will we be able to do that? Will we be able to nurture and build up a western part of a country that is partially occupied, and we leave a liberation to history, as the Berlin Wall came down 30 years unexpectedly, in order to save what is still there to be saved in the western part of Ukraine? Will we be able to do that, given the fact that we are struggling with our own defense and resilience potentials when we are waking up right now? We are in a phase of still waking up, seeing that our societies are not ready. You know, I was joking when, if Germany was attacked, I mean, we would see everybody fleeing to Mallorca and not going to the front lines as Ukrainian, brave men did. And we also are lacking infrastructure, etc. Also, we are exposed to a hybrid warfare already now by Russia. There are drones hovering over our infrastructure. We are not able to shoot them down because we don't have the means to detect them, etc. We have seen just now the incident also in the Baltic Sea, that cables are being damaged, etc. So we are already in a broader sense of conflict, if you don't want to call it war, but it's a sense of hybrid conflict. So we are exposed to attacks that we are not ready to really manage at the moment. How will we guarantee if we leave Ukraine in a divided and dismal, and it's a state of pity, to be honest, but if we don't have any other choice, given Trump, etc., what will we do with Western Ukraine? What are the guarantees we can give to create a flourishing, strong Western part of Ukraine? And that's, of course, a question to both of you. Thank you.
Do you have another question, or we are done? No, we are done. So you have 7 minutes each to answer. I would start with Mr. Lunak, please. 7 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I'll try to be brief, and many thanks for these sort of insightful questions. I wish I had answers to all of them, but let me just make a few points, not only vis-a-vis the questions that were asked, but also, to some interesting and intriguing points made by my colleague on the panel. Look, we simply do not know what the policy of the next U.S. administration will be. I was here during the first, actually working for NATO during the first Trump administration, and yes, indeed, there was some rhetoric which was not really helpful, but indeed, it was the Trump administration who, increased the defense budget for Europe. It was actually the Trump administration who started, for example, selling anti-tank Javelin missiles to Ukraine already in 2019, I believe. So I think we really have to wait. What the concrete policies will be. President Trump actually did criticize NATO, but he did not criticize NATO as an organization. He actually made a point about defense investment in particular. And as my colleague said on the panel, this is not a new debate. This is indeed, goes back to not even to JFK. It probably from the 1950s when the Europeans were simply not with some exceptions. The UK, for example, in the 60s was spending almost 7% of its GDP on defense. But nevertheless, this is not a new debate. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to see what the concrete policy will look like. I'm not putting a sort of trying to look on it through rosy or paint a rosy picture of what will come. It will be a different administration, but clearly, I think it's too soon to make conclusions about concrete policies. Now, on China, look, there was an argument made by one colleague in the room, that we somehow missed the security dimension of China. Absolutely not. In fact, what we are saying in the strategic concept, the current strategic concept is that China's policies, coercive policies, present a security challenge to NATO. In fact, the first time China appeared as a topic in a NATO official, or as an issue in a NATO document was 2019. It was a fairly new topic, but already in the new strategic concept from 2022, in fact, we are saying in absolutely clear terms that while Russia is the most significant direct threat, Chinese policies are a challenge to our security. So I think we didn't miss that at all. What will concretely be done about it is of course a matter of debate. We also, by the way, agreed at the Washington summit. And again, this is where consensus lies within NATO, that China is a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. All NATO allies, all 32 NATO allies, actually agreed on the role that China, the negative role that China plays in the war that Russia wages on Ukraine. So I think it really is it needs to be taken in the right context. I think I think conceptually at least. I'm not talking about political consequences, but conceptually, I think we have moved quite a lot from where we were a few years ago. Now, there was also an idea of somehow a new bargain, which indeed is always when a new administration comes. We start talking about a new transatlantic bargain, which makes sense. But I think again, the worst thing would be somehow take the route of strategic autonomy, because as I said, for the European Union, because as I said, frankly, 80% of all defense expenses within NATO are actually from countries outside of the European Union. So perhaps the idea could be that NATO sort of plans the capabilities that we need for the future, and the European Union could come up with ways to implement them or to achieve them, to have them. Also, in addition to the things such as military mobility, whereby we need to move, people, military troops and equipment where they need to be. The issue of free trade and freedom. In fact, to be precise, I didn't say they are more important. The difference, what I said, is that that freedom is more valuable than free trade, and it's again something that I think all NATO allies now understand, that economic choices have security consequences. And I think we had to learn the hard way, precisely in the context of the current war, of the current Russo-Ukrainian war. So we have to make sure that, in fact, we do not make the same mistake we did collectively. We made collectively with Russia, with China. Ukraine's future. Well, I'm not entirely sure about this parallel with East-West or German, inter-German border, because in fact what the Russians are doing in the occupied part of Ukraine is that they Ukrainize it, basically make it unlivable for anybody but Russians. So I think this is really this is a worrying development, frankly, because the Soviet rule in East Germany was brutal, was cruel, but there was no effort to actually de-Germanize East Germany, to kill off or chase away, drive away Germans living in Eastern, in East Germany. This is very different from what we are seeing actually in the occupied part of Ukraine. But the question was slightly different. Are we ready? Well, we said we said a number of occasions.
Excuse me, if you can wrap up a little bit so that
I will.
Professor Vanitopoulos will have some time. Is it okay?
Absolutely. And
Thank
I'm
you
actually
so
eager
much.
to listen to my colleague because I agree on many things. But anyway, and that will be my last point. I thought there was still 8 minutes to go for the colleague. So anyway, what I think is we said very clearly that Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO. We said we provide concrete, specific assistance to Ukraine, including, providing actually, at least for the next year, $40 billion actually of assistance to Ukraine. We said that Ukraine's path to NATO is irreversible. That doesn't mean that it will happen in the future. But frankly, in my view, I think there is no such thing as safe, sovereign, secure, and democratic Ukraine without NATO membership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with something that Mr. Lulak mentioned about Trump's intentions regarding NATO. And although I have to be very careful because as I started with a disclaimer that I was not talking about NATO, but I was talking about the Transatlantic Alliance in total. But let me say this. There's no question that, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that it would be very difficult from any US administration to withdraw from NATO. And I don't see any such intention, as I mentioned in the beginning. It's no coincidence, however, that Congress enacted legislation to make sure that a future president will not take a unilateral decision to withdraw the United States from NATO. Having said that, I do agree that a Trump administration will remain in NATO. However, we have to be very careful with certain comments that have been used by Trump and his campaign. And I mention that because in strategy, intentions, rhetoric play a very important role because they have to do with your deterrence credibility. And when the president of the free world says that Putin may be free to do whatever he wants, if the Europeans don't put up the money with any border of Europe, that is something that I believe weakens NATO's deterrence credibility. Now, the second point that I want to make is on what Marilena Coppa said about the ATACMS decision, and I do believe that this was a decision, a defensive decision in the sense that that gives the ability to the Ukrainians, that gives them the ability to defend themselves better in this wave of attacks that they are the wave of assault they are facing by the Russians and the North Koreans. That gives them an extra capability to defend themselves in a better way and improve their, or rather not weaken their position in the battlefield towards an eventual settlement. I do believe that Biden's decision 2 days before or 2 months before he leaves the White House was taken having in mind that we are facing a weakening position in the Ukrainian battlefield, in the Ukrainian front for the Ukrainians. And I think the American administration, the current American administration wanted to improve their position, their capabilities in view of what is coming. It won't be a game changer, but I think it can go the extra distance in giving the Ukrainians, in giving them a better hand in what is happening in the front right now. Russia and China. there's no question about it that this I don't want to call it, it's not a formal alliance, but this modus operandi between Russia and China is something to reckon with, in the sense that it doesn't only have to do with Russia and China. We have to take into consideration a front that is being formed with Russia, China, and even lesser powers such as Iran, North Korea. Actually, there is a new acronym now, CRINCS. CRINC. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. This is the new acronym now, CRINC. So it is, we were very skeptical when we talked about democracies versus autocracies, this binary division of what is happening today in the international system. But there is no question that this modus operandi between Russia and China has consequences, not only in Ukraine, but also for Europe. And also this cooperation with the lesser autocratic powers, such as Iran and North Korea, and we see the impact of this cooperation in the Ukrainian front, is something that we need to be concerned with. Regarding China, however, I think you are right to mention that China will be another bone of contention in the Transatlantic Alliance. There is, we don't see eye to eye on every issue without allies on China. And as a matter of fact, we need to understand that the Chinese have come up with a grandiose geopolitical scheme. The BRI, if you look at in its entirety, it's a grandiose geopolitical and geo-economic scheme, much more grandiose than the Marshall Plan, the Truman Doctrine ever was, okay? And this signifies the exodus of China from its perennial isolation to and its assumption of the position that it feels it needs to occupy in the global in global affairs. The fact of the matter is also that the Chinese followed a very shrewd strategy when it came to Chinese-European affairs. They struck agreements on a bilateral level with member states bypassing Brussels. And that policy forced the Commission to eventually come up with a strategic document trying to streamline European response vis-à-vis China. But we have bilateral agreements, economic agreements on strategic infrastructure. We have in Piraeus, we have in Trieste, we have in Hungary, we have in Italy, we have everywhere. We have the 17.1 initiative and so on and so forth. But more importantly is whether we see eye to eye with the United States on all the issues that we are facing vis-à-vis China. And I'm not sure that we do at this point. And finally, the Ukraine, the border of Ukraine, what is happening in Ukraine, what that can mean for Asia. I think it is very important what can happen, not only for Asia, but also for Europe and for the United States. The war in Ukraine could have been unthinkable if it wasn't for the hasty withdrawal of the Americans from the Middle East, from the Syrian issue, from Georgia, and from Afghanistan. A withdrawal from Ukraine or a forced settlement on the Ukrainian issue that will reward Putin's aggression will have severe consequences, not only for Europe, not only for Asia, but also for the future of the United States interests. So I do believe that our American friends and allies should think twice because they come to a forced settlement that will reward Putin's aggression in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both speakers. Thank you for taking the time of being with us. So thank you all. We can make a break after a long morning, and we'll meet again at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
μπορούμε σιγά σιγά να παίρνουμε τις θέσεις μας και να ξεκινήσουμε αυτό το πολύ ενδιαφέρον πάνελ.
If you could please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, three excellent speakers on the topic we are going to talk about. Alex Cooley from Columbia University, Sam Green, and Anne Vakru. I'm really glad that we have them with them. We would love.
Athens, but Alex, I'm pretty sure that we will make it in spring or in summer. So warm greetings from Athens. Thank you for organizing all this. Many thanks to Andreas for accepting to chair the panel, and we are looking forward to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ino. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andreas Gofas, and I am a professor of international politics at Pantheon University and director of the European Cultural Delphi Center. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome you to this panel on the United States' role in Eurasia, co-sponsored by the Harriman Institute for the Study of Russia, Eurasia, and Eastern Europe at Columbia University. As director of the Delphi Center, I am reminded that Delphi was once a place where insights, often cryptic, were offered on questions of war, peace, and governance. It seems particularly fitting that we meet here today under the shadow of great uncertainty. Our discussion comes in the aftermath of a pivotal US election whose implications for foreign policy are only becoming to emerge. This moment signals potential shifts in America's approach to Eurasia, raising crucial questions about its evolving role in this dynamic region. In uncertain times like this, the need for wisdom becomes even more urgent. Perhaps what we need is our own oracle, one that can help us interpret the intricate geopolitical, economic, and cultural landscapes we aim to explore today. While I cannot promise prophetic accuracy, I am confident that our panelists bring both the expertise and insight necessary to illuminate the pathways forward in US-Eurasian relations. To get us started, I am honored to introduce Alex Cooley, declared Professor of Political Science and Vice Provost for Academic Centers at Barnard College, Columbia University. Alex is not only a leading expert in the field, but also the mastermind behind this panel, and even more importantly, a key facilitator of the fast-growing collaboration between Pantheon University and Columbia University, and for that we are extremely grateful. Alex, thank you for joining us today from New York City. I now turn it over to you to introduce the rest of our distinguished panel and guide our discussion.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andres. Good afternoon, everyone. And indeed, this is an exciting, perhaps a pivotal moment in geopolitics. Certainly, there is great uncertainty about the future of US-Russia relations. I am delighted to be joined by two really distinguished scholars, experts, and commentators. Sam Green, who is a professor of Russian politics at King's College in London. Alexandra Vakru is currently the executive director of the Davis Center at Harvard University, but also Vice President for Strategic Outreach, Kiev School for Economics. And so we have two additional perspectives, one based in London, one based in Ukraine, to comment a bit about what they're seeing and what the concerns might be about the future of US-Russia relations. So, Alexandra, let me turn it over to you. You have been in Ukraine, based there at the university now for a few months, and you have followed the Ukrainian anticipation for what this election might mean. What was the initial reaction, and what is the emerging consensus and strategy now for how to deal with the results?
Thank you for that question, Alex, and thank you to the Security Forum for having me. You know, the Ukrainians approached this election as being between two very difficult choices for them. On the one hand, the Harris administration would have continued the Biden policy, which was roughly as long as it takes, but that was not perceived to be a viable strategy for Ukraine. That felt a lot like until the last Ukrainian, which is not what Ukraine wanted. It was not enough to win the fight, but enough to keep bleeding out. The Trump administration has promised, as we've all heard, to solve the conflict in 24 hours. There's no indication that that is going to be possible. However, there was a sense of, let's not say optimism, but hope that maybe something was going to shift. And I think what we have seen in the past few weeks since the election is a shift is starting to happen. There's an acknowledgement, including by Zelensky, that there will be some kind of discussions next year in 2025 about how the war could end. And let me just say, I don't think we're talking about a complete end to the war, but at least some kind of ceasefire. And the Ukrainians are hoping that they're going to be able to get some of the conditions that they need met, including security guarantees, most importantly, and some way of getting people out of the occupied territories that might stay temporarily in Russian hands.
Sam, same question to you in terms of your vantage point in London. The United Kingdom has been one of Ukraine's strongest supporters, backing its campaign, saying that Kiev should determine the timetable for peace talks. What's the reaction like there, and are you seeing any kinds of adjustments or signals?
Well, first of all, thanks for the question, and also thanks for the invitation, and thanks in particular to Andreas for specifically not promising prophetic accuracy, because trying to predict any of these actors is a fool's errand. You know, I think that some of the adjustments we've seen in London and more broadly in Europe, to the extent that London is still part of Europe, have been some time in the making, right? So even when we were looking down, at the possibility, at some point, maybe the likelihood of a Harris administration, there was a recognition here that it would not be a straight continuation, one way or another, of the Biden approach, as well as a recognition of the fact that even the Biden approach itself was problematic, and it was problematic for two reasons. One, because there were differences in the pace, and London has been, among those that's been willing to go a little bit faster than the U.S. has in terms of providing providing arms to Ukraine and providing permission to use those arms a little bit more robustly. But also, because the White House doesn't entirely run the show, right? And so there were lessons learned over the course of the previous supplemental allocations for Ukraine aid, and the difficulties that the administration had getting that through Congress. And then, in fact, those in the Republican leadership who wanted to see it go through, right? That they had in the process. Having recognized the problem, I think really in London and across Europe, I'm not at all convinced that they came up with a solution. So when we look across Europe, we see, not everywhere, but we see a lot of the right rhetoric in place about the importance of insulating Europe from the vacillations of American politics and giving Europe at least strategic sufficiency and responsibility, if not strategic autonomy, right, which is still, at least in the US, a fairly toxic concept. But in practice, right, we haven't seen that yet. We've seen Europe consistently fail to produce the surge in defense industrial production and procurement for Ukraine. And we have seen, again, steps that look like they're in the right direction. So we see the UK-German Defense Pact recently announced, which is a step in the right direction, but doesn't produce much, right? We see the creation of a defense portfolio within the European Commission for Andrius Kubilius as incoming commissioner, also very much a step in the right direction, I think, but without the funding and the political weight at the moment to actually create the outcomes that people need, right? So the recognition, I think, of the problem is there. Things have been thrown into further disarray by politics, not in the U.S., but in Germany, obviously. And I think people are now going to be waiting and seeing, again, at a time when, unfortunately, The Ukrainians cannot afford to wait and see. And in fact, the US is making that task even harder for everybody else, right? So I'll end with this, but my primary concern at the moment is the set of incentives that the United States is providing, and really two sets, right? One is the message that the incoming Trump administration has set about what will and will not be on the negotiating table, particularly the idea that regaining territory is not likely to be on the negotiating table, at least not with American support for Ukraine, which I think creates a very clear incentive for Moscow to take as much as it can, as quickly as it can, before it gets entangled in any negotiations. That's problematic on its own right. But we've also seen, Scholz's call to Putin. We have seen, obviously, the squall of criticism coming both from Kiev and Paris and other places in Warsaw in response to that. But the reality was that as soon as it became clear that Trump was going to start talking to Russia, Europe was also going to need to start talking to Russia. There was no universe in which the Europeans were going to leave negotiations with Russia on a war on the European continent, right, entirely to the Americans without European involvement. The problem is, right, that we are very rapidly losing touch with the concept and the principle of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And I don't necessarily see a route back to that at the moment, right? So a lot of concern, a lot of questions. It's heartening that people are recognizing the questions. I don't think that anybody's put a solution on the table at the moment.
Alexander, if I could bring you in on that point, and especially this shift from no talks about Ukraine without Ukraine to this mode that we are now, where President-elect Trump wants to be involved in deal making. He wants to make deals directly with Putin. There's a sense that maybe there's a grand bargain there. How is Ukraine adjusting to this sort of new mode? Are they going to try and push back against that, or are they now strategically pivoting to create new channels of kind of communication, or maybe even adjust their own demands on this government?
So I would say a couple things. First of all, the first questions that the Ukrainians had to ask themselves is, if the United States stops providing weaponry or threatens to stop providing weaponry, what are the alternatives? And the fact is that Europe has not picked up production and spending on defense to the degree where they're able to step into the breach. Ukraine's domestic production is much stronger than it was, but they are still not going to be able to produce what they need for at least 12 to 18 months. So that means that Ukraine would face a choice between fighting with less weaponry and probably more men, more mobilization, or finding some way to come to the table. Both of those are unpopular. Increasing mobilization and making concessions are not going to endear Zelensky to the population, but these are the choices that he faces. And the question is, which is going to be less popular? In terms of involving Ukraine in the discussions, I think they are playing quite a significant role behind the scenes. We've heard that there are back channels besides the humanitarian ones that have been ongoing for now 1,000 days to exchange prisoners of war and civilians. There are also discussions to try and get an agreement not to strike each other's energy infrastructure, although the huge strike on November 17th shows that that is not going very far at the moment. I think that one of the ways in which the Ukrainians, or at least the Zelensky administration, is thinking about this is that the fact that Trump is being so insistent could provide some cover for the need to do negotiations. In other words, he can say, we don't want it, like it's a terrible deal, but we can't keep fighting and throwing our men into the breach. So we're going to have to figure out what's possible here. A different question is whether Zelensky and Putin will negotiate. Right? There's an assumption that Trump can get them to the table, but Putin seems to be playing awfully fast and loose with his relationship with Trump, especially the naked pictures of Melania that were shown on TV over the weekend, the denying of a phone call where Trump said that he was very manly, insisting that Putin not escalate. So it does look as if Putin is trying to make it clear that Trump does not control him either. And I think that that's going to make the grand bargain, the grand summit, not immediately accessible even to Trump and his deal making.
Yeah, Sam, I'd like to get you in on this question about Putin and his reaction to the election, and to pick up on Alexandra's point, some of these kind of strange signals that were coming over Russian state TV, and also to ask you to address this seeming shift in the Biden administration lifting restrictions on the use of short-range missiles, allowing them to strike into Russian territory. How is this, if at all, going to affect Putin's calculus about how to enter this new phase?
Yeah. So again, right. I mean, the only person in this game, sort of as inscrutable as Trump is Putin, right? They deserve each other on some level. So I don't have a special window into what he's thinking, and I want to be very clear about that. But I agree with Alexandra that I don't think there's a grand bargain available. Not least because I don't see what Putin is going to be able to put on the table that's going to make that bargain attractive to Trump. And also because I don't think that actually it's that easy for Putin to pivot away from war and confrontation with the West broadly. Trump has, very real foreign policy priorities, mostly involving picking fights with China and Iran. Russia is very much beholden to China and Iran at this stage. And when Trump starts throwing punches in that direction, I do think that Beijing and Tehran will expect some reciprocity from Moscow. I think that any idea that Trump or some people in Trump world might have about doing a deal that splits Moscow off from Beijing and Tehran is frankly fantastical, and I don't think that's a risk, right? That Putin will want to take. He remembers the first Trump administration and the fact that he didn't get much out of it. Either, and anybody who pays that much attention to Trump, realizes that most of his counterparties end up getting a raw deal at some point. But in some ways, I think Trump is already making, oddly enough, maybe not meaning to, but making Putin's life a little bit more difficult, right? Because with all of these conversations going on, with all of these phone calls that he seems to be getting, and including maybe some back channel phone calls from parts of Europe, he now actually has to make a decision about whether he wants to engage. He will face increasing pressure in Russia to also reduce the cost. We're seeing that a little bit in some of the public opinion polling, but I think we'll also be seeing that behind the scenes in some aspects of the elite behavior. And he will have to make a decision about whether he wants to use this dangled sort of idea of negotiations as a device for locking the West into certain kinds of drawdowns in the amount of support that they are willing to provide for Ukraine. That may be available to him, but he will have to make concessions in the process, and he will have to countenance sort of a post-war Russian political future, which is, again, something that I think he finds very complicated. So my hunch, right, is that he will actually try to avoid commitment. I think he will try to remain unpredictable. He will probably try to stay in some of these conversations, but he will be unlikely to lock himself into genuine negotiating platforms and processes, right, that could eventually begin to bind his hand. He will want to make sure that he maintains control over the escalation dynamics, right? And he will be very loath to give that up.
Okay, so consensus on the panel here that the grand bargain is going to be extremely difficult to achieve, certainly not anywhere on the time frame that has been dangled out there. I would like to pivot now to the United States and domestic politics in Russia and Ukraine, and have you put on your U.S. politics analyst hat. One thing that struck me about the 2024 election was how little in the public messaging Russia was involved, even though on election night we had bomb threats called into a number of precincts, majority African-American voting districts. But nevertheless, in 2016, I'd just like to remind the audience that very soon after Trump's election, the Department of Justice opened an investigation into Russian election interference that was led by Robert Mueller. It led to two sets of findings and indictments. The first was Prigozhin's troll farm that was using social media, and the other one was the hack and leak in coordination with WikiLeaks operations with the GRU. Now, that report itself was buried and, in essence, tabled by then incoming Attorney Barr, but it cast a shadow over the first 2 years of the Trump administration, right? The narrative was, does Trump owe Putin some?
So that the messaging was coming from inside the House, as it were, from inside the United States. And they have found enough pickup among particularly Republican lawmakers to repeat some of the talking points, be it about, Zelensky's mythical yachts or some of the corruption in Ukraine. The Republican politicians have been all too happy to repeat some of those talking points, so the Russians don't have to do as much as they did before. Third of all, I would say that Russia's a boring story now in the US. It was kind of exciting 4 years ago, but people are tired of it. And now they're moving on to something else, whether it's China or immigration or other issues. And finally, like in terms of the relationship between Putin and Trump, I think that has soured to some extent on Trump's side as well. So whereas there's no love lost with the Zelensky campaign, in part because he's seen as kind of a tiny person from a tiny country that's just causing trouble, I think the Trump administration also realizes that in a way, Putin is much stronger than Trump at this point. And in the first administration, they didn't totally realize that.
Sam, same to you. How do you view the U.S. domestic politics now interacting with the region?
Yeah, I mean, again, I find myself agreeing with everything that Alexandra was saying. I certainly wouldn't dispute any of that, and I don't, doesn't need to be repeated. I would add, though, maybe I push back a little bit, Alex, at one of the things that you said, right, about the key division being about how people relate to Ukraine and where that lies. I think actually. The key division in American politics, at least in American foreign policy, in terms of domestic politics, actually runs right through the middle of the Republican Party. It is there, right? That there. I mean, there are some divisions on the fringes of the left when it comes to whether we should be supporting Ukraine. But broadly speaking, it runs right through the center of the Republican establishment. We're going to have to see how that plays out. We have a new Senate Majority Leader who is likely to stick fairly closely to the line that McConnell took in support of Ukraine. Right? We will have to see. What wiggle room the new House leadership or the old House leadership with new configuration has in the new Congress. But I would expect that to continue. And Trump hasn't done himself any favors, right, on this front by putting somebody like Tulsi Gabbard in charge of national intelligence, right, which will reinsert Russia in a very powerful way.
Could you explain for the audience who Tulsi Gabbard is and why this was viewed as such a pick?
Only in the broadest of terms, Alex, because trying to explain Tulsi Gabbard it requires a different kind of PhD than I have. But I mean, Tulsi Gabbard is a Democrat, right, from the state of Hawaii, ran at some point for the presidential nomination as a Democrat. Has been a critic of American support for Ukraine. Has very clearly blamed NATO, in fact, for this war, really from day one. Has also supported Russia's activity in Syria and been vocally supportive of Assad in that theater of conflict as well. So has taken this very, at the very least, a very contrarian a view of American foreign policy. Sorry, I need to wave my arms to turn the lights on. But has, if you're looking for somebody, right, other than Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has really spouted every single one of the Russian talking points that Alexandra was talking about, right, Tulsi Gabbard would really be right up at the top of that list.
And she has been nominated to serve as Director of National Intelligence.
Yes. Yeah. So she will oversee, I mean, that's the coordinating role for the entirety of the U.S. intelligence community.
Yeah. Well, that leads me to sort of the final kind of area I'd like to engage with, some of these cabinet picks, individually, they are very Trumpian. He seems to have made them based on the sort of the value of personal loyalty, people who he knows, people who he perceives will go in, shake up these bureaucracies, possibly burn them to the ground is sort of another term that's being used there. And he does seem to hold this lingering, if not resentment, an agenda from his first term, where it was a lot of these institutions that supposedly checked him or went up against his agenda. So I think kind of the natural sort of area from this is, will this be enough if Trump wants to seismically change U.S. foreign policy? If he wants to make the transatlantic shift, withdraw from NATO, really abandon some of the sort of central tenets of sort of transatlantic solidarity, and how do you see the potential sort of constraints and politics of this playing out? Should we prepare ourselves for a Trump declaration of NATO withdrawal? Alexandra, let's go to you first.
Well, I think we as Europeans should prepare ourselves for life without American security and the American defense guarantee. Now, if we're lucky, it doesn't come to that, and we've prepared for not. But that kind of mentality seems to be essential if Europe is going to start spending what it needs to be spending on its own defense. And that's what Trump has required, even if they stay in NATO, and that's what will be required if the US pulls out of NATO. As far as that's concerned, I mean, J.D. Vance has said that the US is not going to pull out of NATO. I don't know what that's worth, but I don't think it's a given that that's going to happen. I do think it's a given that the United States is going to greatly reduce the kind of cover that it provides for the European countries that have not met some of their obligations. Now, in terms of what Trump can do on policy changes, I would say that there's likely to be well, there are a couple things. First of all, these picks, these administration heads of departments have to be confirmed by the Senate unless Trump goes through recess appointments, which is possible. But that is going to be quite an ugly process. And it's more than likely that some of these people are not going to make it all the way to their desks. Second of all, when you have a government that's specifically chosen from people who have never been in government, some of whom have never been managers, the chances of them being able to execute policy, I would say, are very slim. That's what we saw in the first Trump administration, and I think we're going to see that again. More chaos, but when it comes right down to it, they won't be able to change the so-called deep state policies that they've been selected to change.
Yeah, Sam, same question to you. Do you also foresee institutional chaos, or should we expect some real pivotal changes from Trump, especially in the area of transatlantic relations and security?
I'm not sure why that's an either-or question. I think we're likely to see both, right? I agree with Alexandra that, if we were worried about Trump pursuing the full Project 2025 agenda and really dismantling particularly the I don't want to call it the deep state, but the core professional activities of the Pentagon and the State Department, you need people running the Pentagon and the State Department who understand how those places work, right? And he hasn't picked people like that, right? So I'm a little bit more relaxed on that front than I am than I was immediately after the election. On the other hand, right, if you assume, and I think Marco Rubio is likely to be confirmed. He's one of the less controversial nominees, right, as Secretary of State, as well as Michael Waltz as National Security Advisor, relatively uncontroversial, likely to get through. I think in fact doesn't, I think, need Senate approval, if I'm not mistaken, for that position. The reality is that they have very different instincts, right, than a Biden administration or even a Harris administration, right? So they are not multilateralists. They are not transatlanticists. They will be very much focused on the Western Hemisphere, on developments in Latin America in particular, on the migration issues that Trump fixates on and the Republican Party fixates on, but as well as on the Indo-Pacific, at least to the extent that they understand it, and that will be, of course, very China focused and probably reasonably confrontational in that process, right? So even if we don't see a formal abandonment of Europe, right, we will see a shift of emphasis. We will see less leadership in formats such as the Ramstein format or on things like Russian sovereign assets and other things that are really critical to the future of support for Ukraine. We will not see, I think, a consistent U.S. position in negotiating even, these multilateral, bilateral, sort of multiple bilateral, security arrangements for Ukraine. We will not see a consistent approach to NATO. We will probably see more opportunism and again inconsistency by the U.S. in places like the Western Balkans, in the South Caucasus, and in the Middle East, right, which will have knock-on effects for Europe, right? So Europe will have to insulate itself on multiple vectors, not just on defense spending. It will have to find ways to make its foreign policy robust against the uncertainties that, again, we saw some of this in the first Trump administration. We remember Ambassador Grinnell and some of his initiatives in Serbia and Kosovo, for example. I think we can breathe a sigh of relief that he's not likely to be Secretary of State. But it's going to be more of the same, but with more time to do it.
Thank you. At this point, I really want to thank Alexandra for joining us, who's going to drop off for our last sort of 5 minutes. And I'll stick with Sam. Thank you, Alexandra. And I'm going to stick with Sam for a final question. We have talked a lot about the United States, Europe, Ukraine, Russia. I'm wondering if you've been formulating some thoughts about additional parts of Eurasia, the former Soviet Union, and what Trump's entry is, how that's likely to be received. So, for example, part of the world, I do some work on Central Asia. Trump was quite popular his first term because he was viewed as transactional, interested in big energy deals, and also toning down the kind of human rights and democracy rhetoric. Didn't seem particularly interested in investigating corruption or these kinds of issues. The part that was slightly irritating to the Central Asia was when Mike Pompeo came to Central Asia and sort of demanded that they disengage from China, which is a structural impossibility for the Central Asian states, especially those that border on China itself. So, as an observer of some other parts of this region, and a quite changing region, right? When you look at politics in Georgia, in Armenia, certainly Central Asia, we talk about Moldova. What are we to make of how Trump might impact their views of the U.S. and their foreign policies?
So on that front, I mean, first of all, Alex, you know a lot more about a lot of this than I do. So I'm interested in your analysis that you just outlined on Central Asia in particular. But I think there's good news and there's bad news. Right. The good news, oddly enough, is that this might be one aspect of U.S. foreign policy thinking that is worth blowing up. Right. I think that the U.S. approach to Eurasia, as you call it, the post-Soviet space, right, has been oddly ambivalent. Right. On the one hand, it has continued to see it as a space, right? And as a result, it sees it as a space that's very much structured by Russia, right? So this is a single space. It's got that historical continuity to it, that path dependence, right? And for governments in the region. On the other hand, it has not actually it's invested in societal demand, right, for breaking with Moscow, and in some cases breaking with China, without giving governments the ability to actually do that. Right. And so it's created in some ways a lot of tensions in the region, which it hasn't found a way of resolving. Right. So if we end up with an administration that doesn't see things systematically, but is likely to sort of parcel things out and become more transactional, that might actually create some useful dynamics. The problem is if you actually want genuine sort of diversification of geopolitical and geoeconomic interaction in the region, I agree, you're not going to displace Russia, you're not going to displace China, right? But it's a story of giving people other options in ways that can become transformational. That, at the end of the day, is about Europe, right? It really is Europe that has the opportunity for consistent engagement and for transformative engagement. It's simply closer, it understands the region better, and it can provide that kind of investment and interaction. which means that the US is going to need to get behind Europe and support either a European-led policy, right, or a jointly designed policy. Incidentally, I would say the same thing about the Western Balkans if we want to include that in the same, in the broader region. And that's where the bad news is, right? That's not a role I see a Trump administration taking, right? Leading, as it were, from behind, right, or supporting a European initiative in Eurasia more broadly.
Great. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, certainly I would say one of the lessons I take away from the last few years is that many of these states also don't want to be caught in this constant tug of war between Moscow and the West and have that be the only lens that external observers are looking at them, sort of more of a kind of pragmatic neutrality. Andreas, I know we're almost at time. I don't know if there's any additional questions from the audience.
Yeah, let's ask. Yeah, I'll take 2 or 3 and got one there. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Piros Katsamevakis. I'm in my 4th year of studies in international and European relations at Pandion University. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank the panel for their thoughtful insights on US and Eurasia relations. So my question is two-parted and is actually addressed to the whole panel. The first part, I guess, is that whether you see a change in the US policy in 2025 Trump administration towards Turkey and Greece relations. And the second part is, and I'm so glad that you brought it up, Tulsi Gabbard. And Tulsi Gabbard has actually has openly stated that Turkey is a NATO ally only by name and not in actions, and whether you see her influencing US policy on Greece and Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get one more question back there. Yes.
Good afternoon, Argyros Tasoulas from the University of Athens. We saw yesterday night that Ukraine launched an attack with American missiles inside Russia. A couple of hours ago, we see a new nuclear doctrine signed by Putin, which is stated that Russia will reply if it is threatened deep enough. What is deep enough in Russia? Thank you so much.
Yeah, do you want to take?
Thank you. Yeah, let's take those 2. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sam, go ahead if you want.
Yeah.
I would defer, Alex, probably to you on the Greece and Turkey question, except to say that I think it's well, 2 things very briefly. It's not straightforward, right? Trump and Erdogan have not had the easiest of relations, and I wouldn't expect that to get better, but I would expect it to be transactional, and I think that Erdogan is capable of transacting when he wants to. I would not think too much about what Tulsi Gabbard says. She will have a role, but she's not going to drive policy, right? Trump will drive policy. On Russia and red lines. First of all, I would not qualify this nuclear statement as new, right? This really has been part of Russian nuclear doctrine for a very long time, that it does not need to face a nuclear attack in order to strike with a nuclear response.
A weapons and transaction kind of guy. And so, the issue remains over the S-400s and whether it'll be interesting to see whether Washington insists on some sort of backing down or sort of rescinding them as opposed to not just sort of visibly deploying them. But I do think one of the real challenges of the Trump administration in terms of its foreign policy, it has very specific views on particular regions and how these regions start interacting with one another, right? And the kind of trade-offs that they need to make. And who's going to make those decisions, I think is going to be very interesting indeed. So, Andres, we'll leave it at that.
Yes, thank you both, and Alexandra, very much. Sam, Alex, Alexandra, it was a delight. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and for being with us. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And we are right on time. Amazing. Thank you, Alexandra. Bye.
with, I would say, a similar discussion from another perspective. I'm very glad to have here in Athens Natalie Sabanad. First of all, I have to say that we are very glad that it is having Chatham House on board. And thanks, Natalie, for making this happen. And it's a very important, let's say, cooperation, partnership that we are looking forward to continue. Since in Greece, we are at, let's say, a strategic juncture, in a way, being between two seas and looking east and west at the same time. And we are very happy that two very distinguished colleagues are joining us today. Neil McFarlane from US. Good afternoon, Neil. And a good friend and colleague from London, Galip Dalai. Welcome, Galip. Certainly, we would prefer having you here with us, but let's hope that this will happen on another occasion. You have most probably followed the discussion that our colleagues from US and London had before us. And let's see now what happens at the eastern region. Because these two problems are interconnected. Ukraine is connected with the Black Sea and the future of a region that I personally love very much, the Caucasus. I have worked with the three countries for many years. And to tell you the truth, Natalie and colleagues, I believed in the Euro-Atlantic perspective of the region and the European perspective. And the fact that this perspective is decreased, I wouldn't say eliminated, because I wouldn't like to say that, but it is decreased dramatically, makes me very sad. Not because I am a friend of Georgia or Armenia or Azerbaijan, but because I believe, and in my view, we have all to realize this, that this region is a European region, is part of Europe. So if the Caucasus is not European, what the future for the three countries will be? If democracy and security and rule of law and connections, maybe not membership, but strong institutional ties were established with the three countries, the security of Europe will be better. So on this note, let me ask first Natalie to have your views on this, and then we'll go to our two colleagues that are joining online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here, and we are all three associated with Chatham House and happy to be contributing to this interesting discussion. It's actually 1,000 days today since the start of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and obviously it is an event that is having a ripple effect all over the world, but perhaps in particular Black Sea region and the Caucasus. So in my short introduction, what I want to do is I want to do three things. First, outline what has remained the same. Second, discuss briefly what has changed. And finally, what does this change and continuity in the region actually mean moving forwards? Many things have changed, but there are some constants that have always characterized, in a way, Black Sea region. One is the contestation. It has been one of the most contested areas, both geopolitically, but also normatively. There are different multilateral institutions present, different political cultures, different sets of rules and norms, very little consensus. This is the area where you have the EU and NATO on the one side, CIS, CSTO, Eurasian Economic Union, and now even BRICS. So this has always been a very fragmented normative order. Another constant is conflicts. This is the region which is probably most conflict-ridden historically, but certainly since the end of the Cold War. The conflicts have been both interstate and intrastate, and as a rule involving third regional powers directly or indirectly. And the third constant, which is also quite interesting, is this kind of a weak regional identity, weak regional political identity. There's very little that really unites Black Sea countries, even the countries of the South Caucasus that tended to look in different directions. So it was a region geographically, but not really a region politically. And linked to this is always underdeveloped, rather weak nature of regional cooperation. Talking about developing regional cooperation in the Caucasus has been the favorite topic for many, but it has never really took off. Now, what has changed since the invasion? And these have been very dynamic to almost 3 years. First of all, looking in the broad scope, looking at the Black Sea as a whole, we can see that Black Sea has moved from the periphery to the very center of European security. It is very much tied to the future, what it will look like, who will prevail in the Black Sea. And as you said in your introduction, this will define in many respects the balance of power. It will define the parameters of how European security will look like. And we've heard various discussions this morning. You know, the real question is, and if it isn't, it should be, who will defend Europe? And that question is particularly pertinent now with the return of Trump administration. And we've heard some of the discussions about this. The second interesting challenge is about, or the change, is about the way maritime warfare is being conducted. And I think a lot of countries, a lot of big powers are looking at the Black Sea as the theater of conventional warfare and see that this is perhaps where we see the glimpses of the future of maritime warfare. The way Ukraine has mounted asymmetric campaign against Russian fleet and has done it successfully by using low-cost, low-tech drones is certainly very instructive, and it is changing kind of the way we perceive the importance of fleet. Here also, the role of Turkey is very important as a gatekeeper, so-called, of the Black Sea, and Turkey is a very strict interpretation of the Montreux Convention that has in large extent allowed Ukraine to achieve its success, because as it was bombarding Russian fleet, Russians were not able to bring in reinforcements from other areas. Now, I know that there are many interpretations of and different approaches about the Turkish position. Some allies are not very happy because it also meant that the NATO warships were not allowed to get into the Black Sea, and there is discussion about perhaps reinterpretation or renegotiation of this convention, but it is unlikely that Ankara will be interested in it, and it is frankly unlikely that we will get a better arrangement out of it. Now, fourth, so linked to this, I would emphasize as a third, perhaps important challenge, is this increased political weight of Turkey for the region as a whole. Turkey has managed very well to sort of sit on both chairs. Turkey has really good relations with Ukraine. It has actually very close partnership with Ukraine. At the same time, we see that Turkey is in good terms with Russia. And as my friend Galip describes it, it's engaged in a kind of competitive cooperation. At the moment, interests coincide, there is cooperation, but there is also at the background that interests may not always coincide. Nevertheless, this nature of competitive cooperation is very important, and it is perhaps even more important for Russia now, because Russia needs Turkey for various reasons, not least for having a stake in various connectivity projects that are ongoing, and Turkey is central here. So power dynamics between Russia and Turkey, Russia and Iran, and I will mention that later, is not the same as it used to be. And here Russia has actually diminished position compared to before. Now, Turkey's position has also increased as a result of Azerbaijan's effective campaign to regain territorial integrity, which led to the collapse of Nagorno-Karabakh. And here again, Turkey's role in the South Caucasus has been strengthened. Now, linked to this is another change, which is not often discussed, but I think what Russia is doing now is Russia is reevaluating its own so-called near abroad and reevaluating its position, its assets that it has accumulated over time, and making a certain reassessment. If before Russia's approach to the so-called former Soviet space was that, well, Russia is going to dominate it almost equally, now we see, and I think that started before the war, but definitely accelerated with the war, we see a kind of greater differentiation the way Moscow approaches this region. So on the one hand, you have what Moscow calls this imagined state civilization. And here Ukraine is very important. It's bigger than Russia. It should contain Belarus and Ukraine. So this kind of a center of the Slavic nation. And, you know, in the official discourse, it is presented as this state civilization, that it's a real kind of unity, and the Ukraine and Belarus, but Belarus doesn't feature that much, it's not a real nation, it actually belongs to Russia, it's artificially created, and all this has served as a kind of ideological justification for the invasion. So this is the core, which is extremely important, and it's kind of a reimagined empire, which is at the same time a state, kind of in between, a construct which would be in between of the state and empire. And then after that, you have the Caucasus, you have Central Asia, you have other parts of the former Soviet Union that are not of the same significance. They're not part of this construct. They should be there, dominated by Russia. They should be there as perhaps states of limited sovereignty, which would take into account definitely Russia's interests and accommodate Russia's interests, particularly when it comes to foreign political choices. But they are on the outside. So you see this kind of greater differentiation. Now, with the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, it's also an interesting example how Russia is reevaluating and changing its positions and adapting. So in this context of this war, Russia has clearly decided that it had greater interest in maintaining a stake in connectivity projects, in good relations with Azerbaijan and Turkey, rather than maintaining its support for Armenia. And in any case, it felt that Armenia didn't really have much of an option and took it for granted. We have time issue? Okay. So I'll speed up. But this is, so as a result, we see kind of a blurring of as well boundaries between what used to be near abroad and the way Moscow wanted to see it and the rest of the world, for instance, Middle East or even Global South. Azerbaijan has expressed its interest to become part of the BRICS. So this kind of a neat division is no longer there. And finally, I think we also have realized how important Black Sea is for international trade, particularly when it comes to grain. And we saw that Russia's blockade of Ukraine ports have had a huge impact on the markets, on prices, on food security, and directly affected countries of the Global South. And then Russia managed somehow, despite creating the problem, it still managed to present itself as a solution, and then engaged in grain diplomacy and reached out to the global south and blamed everything on the West and its so-called new colonial policies. But the Black Sea, I will wrap up here, is very important for Russia's global ambitions. It's very important if it was to win in Ukraine. And I think in the Black Sea is a big part of what Russia might define as victory. At the moment, it's not there. But if Russia is to gain access to Ukraine's Black Sea coast, it would be a huge victory. It means that it would entirely dominate Black Sea, but with it, trade and energy routes. And according to some estimates, it would then dominate 30% of the world grain, which would be huge asset in the hands of a single country, and obviously further boost its influence in the global south. So very quickly what it means, and we can pick it up in the question and answer session. I would say three things. One is that we kind of see the return of the logic of geography. What you were saying, that the Caucasus, you believed in its Euro-Atlantic future. I also believed in it, and I thought Georgia had the syndrome of displaced nation. You know, so the country that was actually physically in one region but wanted to be somewhere else. So this whole policy up until now of moving Georgia closer to the institutional West was very important. This is changing now. We also see growing multipolarity in the region. Actually, if anybody is interested, everybody's talking about multipolarity. If everyone's interested to see how it can work at the global scale, the Black Sea region is a very good one to see what's going on right now. It is highly competitive. It has no rules and norms. It's largely transactional, and that competitiveness is increasingly defined in territorial terms, and it's not good for democracy. And finally, you see the kind of reevaluation of balance of power. There is, to a degree, diminished Russia. Russia used to be uncontested leader in the region. Now it is no longer alone, and it's no longer uncontested, even though it retains a dominant position, but it is forced to share some of its influence as a result of this war with other actors, particularly Turkey, Iran, and increasingly China, where we have a greater economic footprint present.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalie. And let's go to our colleagues who are equally experienced, on analyzing the developments in the region. You have mentioned the role of Turkey in the architecture of the Black Sea, also how, Russia will play after the conflict, if we can figure out this future of the regional stability. So let me ask Galip now about how he sees first of all, I don't know if we can right now envisage, an end of this conflict. And if there is an end of the conflict, who the brokers would be. Certainly, you will have US on the table, you will have EU, question mark. I don't know if regional countries will be at the table for negotiating a solution. And certainly, in the aftermath of the conflict, we will need a regional stability architecture. But would it be easy to see how this configuration would be? Thank you for being with us again. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the invitations, and thank you very much also for the questions. Do we see an end to the war? I think the two things. One of them, can we see an end to the active war? Yes, we can see an end to it. But can we see the resolution or the issues that lead to this war to be resolved? No, I don't see it, because fundamentally, this is the Russia effectively does not recognize the statehood, the nationhood of the Ukrainian, and Ukraine as a state and Ukraine as a people. So as long as this perception and as long as this approach remains to be the case, the foundations or the real reasons that lead to the war in the first place will be there. And this is one of the key things before we discuss who is going to be in the table and not on the table. I think what this table is going to resolve, is this table going to resolve the foundational issues, or is this table going to freeze the conflict? Right now, what we are hearing is more freezing the conflict, not resolving it, not bringing it into an end in a just and in a realistic manner. Maybe the question of justice or the fairness is not a really key question in international affairs, but at least something that can be palatable. So I don't see a table right now that will be led by the US at this stage will resolve it. It will freeze it, and it will make it possible for Russia to activate these conflict zones whenever it wants. And unfortunately, if it is frozen now, it's more or less will be something like East Germany, West Germany, or North Korea, South Korea type of an issue without any agreement and any resolutions. And this is like a major challenge for everyone, including Turkey as well, because the foundations of Turkey's idea of the regional order in the Black Sea rests upon the idea of the regional ownership. And with this war, with this invasion, that foundation has been gravely undermined, and it's currently it's dead. What you have in its place is bifurcated and essentially adversarial regional order emerging in the region. So you have like a very bifurcated regional system that are emerging. One of them is the Russian-dominated one. One can bring its, its roots can go to earlier phase, but let's stick to the Georgian War of 2000 invasion of the Georgian territories in 2008, then the 2014 annexation of Crimea, and now the Ukraine with the war on Ukraine. So you have the Russian enlargement of the Russian occupation zones, Russian zone of domination and occupation in the Black Sea. And in contrast, so this is one picture. In contrast, you have like gradual but increasing incorporation of this region into the Western system in one way or another one, because you have the three literal NATO members, Bulgaria, Romania, Turkey, and two NATO aspirant. You have two EU members, three EU aspirant or the potential candidate or the candidate states. So you have two things at the same time happening. At the emergence of adversarial competitive regional systems that is emerging in the Black Sea. And this contestation is not only confined to the security realm. This contestation is beyond this, as Natalia has rightly put it. It is a contestation about all resources as well. At the end, both for the energy transition, the energy resources itself in the Black Sea. This is like a contestation over it, as Natalie rightly put it. This is a contestation over more than 30% of the grain shipments to international markets. This is crucial when it comes to a country's positioning, particularly in the global south, but the global food security or insecurity in general, but particularly for the global south, countries like Egypt is disproportionately dependent on such questions. But not only this region is can also be situated within the broader contestation over the connectivities project across the world. You have, particularly when it comes to between China and Europe and the West, you have three major connectivity lines. One of them is the northern lines, the Russia that goes through Russia, Belarus, etc. But due to the invasion, there is a reduction in this line. There is a reduction of the shipments in these lines. Another one the biggest one is the maritime one, but there is also quite a lot of question over the maritime, quite a lot of concerns over the maritime lines with what's happening in the Middle East with the war in Gaza and on Lebanon, and with the Red Sea, what's happening in the Red Sea. So there is quite a lot of uncertainty over it, and one would rationally expect that should have get a significant boost to the middle corridor, because the idea of the middle corridor, it was also supposed to, in a sense, circumvent Russia, to be the shortest route between China and then Europe. And with Russian attempt to dominate the Black Sea, Russia effectively says that this middle corridor will not be able to circumvent Russia in a significant manner. So the part of the part that goes through Turkey is okay, but then also there's a significant part that goes through the Black Sea, and obviously with the domination, the attempt to dominate the region, the Russia also wants to make sure that there is no avoiding of Russia when it comes to connectivity between China and the West and Europe. And here the Turkey is a key actors, not only in Black Sea, but also when it comes to the interlinkages between the Black Sea and other regions, be it the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean, be it the Middle East, be it the South Caucasus, and all of them are the key question for the European security. Because let's not forget, the Russia is not only in the Black Sea. Russia has a significant presence in Mediterranean, in Syria, in Libya, in Algeria. Russia has a Mediterranean squadron that was established in 2013, and it is the crucial question. The crucial dimension is the following: the Russian Mediterranean presence is heavily dependent on its Black Sea Navy. So the Black Sea Navy, the more that it is being, the more that it is being defeated, the more that it is being very much destroyed, a part of it, the more difficult that Russia will have when it comes to its Mediterranean presence. So it's not only the Black Sea, the Turkey being in the Black Sea, but the contestation what Russia is taking in a multiple region, and what is happening in the Black Sea is defining the nature of contestation, the nature of cooperation and competition dynamics between Russia and Turkey in other areas, be it the Mediterranean, be it the South Caucasus, be it the Central Asia. In all of these areas, despite the competitive cooperation that we are seeing between them, these are effectively the Russian and Turkish interests are effectively and essentially misaligned, and they are competitive, if not adversarial in all of this. And this also redefined the nature of the question of dependency and interdependency in Turkish-Russian relationship in a dynamic manner. So this is not a static picture. And here we have to also bear in mind the qualitative difference between Turkish-Russia and Turkey-Ukraine relationship. Turkey-Russia has very close relationship, but Turkey-Ukraine has strategic relationship, strategic alliance. And the key aspect of it is the defense industry cooperation. It's not only Turkey selling the defense industry or drones to Ukraine. The Turkey and Ukraine are cooperating on defense industry in a significant manner, an aspect that is not present in Turkish-Russian relationship. The final 2 points, and obviously when we discuss the regional interlinkages, the question of Montreux becomes quite a key question, and the interpretation of the Montreux. And there is quite a lot of talk about the Turkey having a different interpretation of the Montreux that will be, in a sense, more permissive for the Western interpretation of the Montreux. This is unlikely to happen. Turkey is unlikely to change its interpretation, its adherence to the Montreux as it is now, because if it happens, then Russia will have its own interpretation of the Montreux. So in this regard, the Montreux Convention will be severely undermined. But the Montreux covers the maritime domain. And there is a lot of things that can happen beyond maritime domain. And here I think one of the key aspects is to facilitate further cooperation between the littoral states of Black Sea, not only the NATO member one, such as Bulgaria, Romania, Turkey, but also Ukraine and Georgia as well. So to create more cooperation, security, and in other fields, cooperation between them, and also cooperation with NATO at the same time. But also we should have the more structured cooperation between the EU and non-EU European countries when it comes to the question of the Mediterranean, when it comes to the question of the Black Sea security, by bringing in the littoral states of the Black Sea that are not EU member but EU aspirant. So in a more structured dimension, the security and cooperation there, and also in a more structured dimension, in a more structured manner, the security cooperation between the EU NATO members and non-EU NATO members on the Black Sea as well. And I think these are some of the key issues, the key dimension that needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I mean, just underlying how complicated the situation has been and will be even after conflict. And now let's turn to Neil. For those that are not familiar with Neil's work, I have to stress that Neil is one of the emblematic figures for the study of the region. I mean, when I was dealing with the region, I was a bit afraid, I mean, to contact him because he was such notorious, I mean, in analyzing what was happening there. So Neil, let's turn to you for your assumption. I mean, as we see now the situation, it looks like unsolvable. I don't know, because all the tools we had up to now, especially the tools of integration, either Euro-Atlantic or European integration, or, I mean, some kind of pacification with Russia and some kind of normalization of relations, now look so distant. I mean, so please, Neil, give us your advice.
Thank you very much, Eno. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Please, go ahead.
Okay, good. Fine. Excellent. Thanks for the invitation. I'm sorry I can't be in Greece in person. It's a lot warmer there than here. My focus is essentially the Ukraine war and the geopolitics of the Black Sea region and the rapid change in those geopolitics. I'll conclude with a few remarks about the role of NATO and also about the potential effects of the recent presidential election in the United States. I have to say I don't want to prejudge, but there seems to be an alarming amount of agreement among members of the panel. I guess this is the homogenizing influence of Chatham House. For decades, the Black Sea was essentially a maritime backwater. The Soviets dominated the northern end, Turkey managed the southern end. The USSR had a major fleet stationed in the region, nobody else did. The northern and western littorals were run by communist governments, more or less allied with the Soviet Union. The larger West was not significantly engaged for much of the Cold War. Concerning change in geopolitics, the first significant process was the gradual expansion of the EU and NATO to include Romania and Bulgaria. This altered the regional balance of power significantly. The Black Sea became a zone of great power competition once again, to pick up Natalie's comment about the Black Sea being a permanent area of contestation. The second change is, of course, the outbreak of the Ukraine war. Taking that up, looking at the maritime environment, Russia succeeded for a time in interdicting Ukraine's grain exports to the world market with serious consequences for global grain supply and for prices. Ukraine, meanwhile, gradually attrited the Russian Black Sea fleet to the extent that it was largely withdrew from Sevastopol to Novorossiysk and prospectively to Ochamchira in Abkhazia. Leaving navies and naval warfare aside, NATO states have so far provided assistance to Ukrainian forces sufficient to create a more or less of a stalemate. The EU, meanwhile, has provided very large amounts of economic assistance to sustain the Ukrainian state, as well as quite a bit of military assistance. On the military end, one sees a gradual qualitative change in Western military assistance towards more advanced and lethal systems. Ukraine's attack on Russia yesterday is an example. And from the US perspective, that was the result of the US granting Ukraine permission to use offensive land missile systems in northeastern Ukraine against Russian territory. The escalatory implications of this decision are unclear, as Natalie noted. Then there's the geoeconomic environment. First, as a consequence of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, Western states have imposed substantial sanctions on the flow of Russian goods to the global market. One consequence is the diversion of Russian trade towards alternative markets. Another is sanctions evasion by some Black Sea states. Illicit trade in ships through Georgia and Armenia is a case in point. A third is Russia's evasion of sanctions on natural gas exports via Azerbaijan and Turkey. In a broader sense, sanctions on Russian energy exports have caused a substantial reduction in oil and gas supplies to the EU. That reduction is temporary, but it nonetheless has been significant. The sanctions on Russia make alternative sources of oil and gas significantly more important. An example is the significant expansion of Azerbaijani gas exports to Europe, with the EU agreeing in principle to double Azerbaijan's export of gas by 2027 via Georgia and Turkey. In short, the distortion of previous trading patterns has dramatically enhanced the strategic significance of the Caucasus. In other energy-related matters, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and the EU have agreed on the construction of a large undersea electricity cable to the EU. We'll see how long that takes. This is presumably part of a continuing effort, your EU effort, to reduce its energy dependence on Russia and to meet climate change targets. A third is the diversion of China-Europe trade away from the Northern Corridor, which Galib mentioned a moment ago. China has purchased a 49%, or is purchasing a 49% stake in Georgia's Anaklia port, and will likely provide the construction capability to finish that project. Since it is a deep-sea port, it can handle large container ships, unlike Georgia's two other ports, Poti and Batumi. If the project is completed, it will be a step change in transit access across the Caucasus and Black Sea. I should note that this development raises the possibility of tension between China and Russia. So this is not a lock in their relationship. I conclude with three comments. The first is on NATO in the Black Sea. From 1952 to 2004, there was only one NATO member, which was a Black Sea littoral state. Now there are three. Together they covered the entire southern and western littoral of the sea. Ukraine definitely, and Georgia somewhat ambivalently, are seeking membership in the organization. If they got there, there would be 5 NATO states ringing about 80% of the sea coast. We'll see how those candidacies go. I'm not awaiting a quick solution to this problem. NATO, after a long hiatus, is now deploying significant forward deployed forces in Romania and, to a lesser extent, in Bulgaria. In larger doctrinal terms, NATO is shifting back from a focus on non-traditional security issues, stabilization, democratization, and so on, and from out-of-area operations back to its core mission, which is collective defense and deterrence. In practical terms, it is slowly putting forces in place to conduct these missions. NATO strategic planning now includes the Black Sea region, I think for the first time. In the meantime, defense budgets and defense production are recovering from their post-Cold War doldrums in the US and also in Europe. In short, the Black Sea region balance of power is shifting away from Russia, to my mind, and the region is becoming, as others have said, much more competitive. My second concluding remark concerns the recent US election, of course, which has produced not only the return of Donald Trump to the White House, but also Republican control of the House and Senate. We are all aware of Mr. Trump's skepticism towards NATO specifically and towards foreign deployment in general. We are also aware of his apparent preference for refocusing the US strategy on Asia. His hostility towards American assistance is also striking. The core issue raised here is in European security and Black Sea security will be A, will the US stay in? And B, will NATO survive in the event that the US basically refocuses its attention elsewhere? Finally, there is the growing strength of the far right in Europe and the difficulty that causes in both NATO and EU decision-making, not least on the Black Sea. Putting these last 2 points together suggests that while NATO's commitment to the security of the region may be growing now, that may not continue in the future. I hate to end on an ambiguous note, but we simply don't know, and we'll have to wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all three, for your comments and contributions. I'm afraid we are running out of time, so we are not going to have questions from the audience, with your permission. But since this, I find this discussion very interesting with the three of you, I would invite you to have a second round sometime, let's say later, when the new administration will be in place, because all these issues will be at the table, even more acute at the time. We will see, I mean, if a negotiation will be realistic between Ukraine and Russia, if US would be ready to undertake, I mean, a leadership role in this negotiation or not. I mean, the issue is not closed for sure. So thank you very much for your presence. I repeat that it would be our great pleasure to have you around the table. But please know that our institute would like to welcome you in the near future, and we do hope that we will have the opportunity to have you in a future engagement with us. Many, many thanks, Galip, Neil, Natalie, and let's hope for the better. But I mean, I'm more pessimistic than not, I would say. But let's not abandon our hopes for the region. Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, laisse, messieurs les modérateurs, parce que vous avez toute ma confiance.
Je vous remercie. So welcome to this afternoon panel. I'm George Zogopoulos, and I will moderate the discussion on the consequences of the Middle East conflicts on the Eastern Mediterranean. Let me start by praising the leadership of the Institute of International Relations in this for making this event a point of reference for the discussion of security affairs. Professors Papasoteriou and Tifandis, and also Ms. Afendouli. And without further ado, I would like to present the distinguished panel of our speakers today. Our colleague from Israel, for technical reasons, will not be available, but we will have with us Ambassador of France to Greece, Her Excellency Laurent Sauer, Professor Sotiris Roussos from the University of Peloponnese, Professor Triadafilou from Pandion University, and Carsten Wieland, Associate Fellow from the PRIO Institute. So I will give the floor to the speakers for the initial remarks, and then I will kindly encourage the audience to ask questions. Our speakers will be very keen on replying to the questions. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George, and thank you so much for the Athens Security Forum for inviting me for the second time. Last year, we were discussing about European security, and I was so proud because we had worked so much between NATO and the EU. But this year, I'm also very, very, very happy to be invited on this crucial question about the consequences of the conflicts in the Middle East. Let me first assess for you that the title with conflicts with a plural is very important. It's not that we experience nowadays a new conflict or new situation. We had conflicts, and the plural is very important, even if I'm not sure we can draw the consequences of all the conflicts today. And it's not the purpose of my first introduction for you. As a matter of fact, as a diplomat, I wanted to insist on the immediate consequences. The long-term consequences is still to be known. The situation in Lebanon and Middle East is so intense and so difficult, problematic. Let me just quote my minister. He arrived yesterday at the Council of Ministers of the EU, and he said the situation is catastrophic. So let's not build about catastrophes or whatever, but let's look at how the diplomats, how the EU member states, and mainly France, reacted and started to prevent the consequences. So first of all, it can be strange to you, but the main track was not political. After 7th of October 2023, our first reaction was, of course, we had a political track for Middle East peace process. We also had tracks for helping Lebanon. As you know, we organized a conference on the 23rd of October in Paris, where Minister Yera Petritis went. But it was not the first time we did organize a solidarity conference with Lebanon. It was maybe the fourth or the fifth time. But what was new was the fact that in the victims of the horrible attacks that occurred on 7th October, they were French. There were 45 of our citizens. And I'm not the only country who would tell you that. Our first reaction this year was about our nationals. How can we cope? In Lebanon, we evaluate the binational between Lebanon and France to be a huge community. But all my colleagues do. If you ask my Canadian, she says it's almost 25,000 people. For France, it's even more, even if we don't know who is French in Israel today, because it's second, third, fourth generation, and they're not registered at the consulate. And no, in Lebanon, both countries, France, Lebanon, France, Israel, were so close for years and ages that our citizens, we were ready to evacuate them, but who are there? And what's the good situation and what's the good position to have? As you may know, France didn't prepare a big plan of evacuation. It would be too harmful on the state of Lebanon, on the state of Israel. It was not the good reaction. But we did prepare some plans with Cyprus. And this is the first element I want to tell you. Your good neighbor, your good ally here is crucial. Whatever happens in the Middle East, we have to go through Cyprus to bring humanitarian aid, but also to become a humanitarian hub, to become a place where we can evacuate our citizens, and also a place where our military can work. The second thing we thought about in the French diplomatic service, and I believe it can be very strange because it was not so obvious, but basically, as we had the memories of the big crisis of 2016, it was the migration crisis. Everybody, especially us, posted in Greece, we thought, oh, if we have again a big migration crisis through Greece, what are we going to do? Of course, this question about migration didn't appear yet, and it's very important that we keep it as it is, as a low signal, because, as you know, nationalistic, populistic, fake news information, and these terrible attacks of 7th of October created a split in our societies and in our political systems. The people can really become completely crazy by knowing that suddenly they are threatened by a wave of migrants again. The third thing I want to talk about is about the Red Sea. As you know, it's not really a direct link between Middle East and Lebanon. It has to do with Yemen. The Houthis are attacking the boats in the Suez Canal. And our first reaction after last year was to work with Greece diplomats, but also Greek military officials to create a new mission. This is what we call Aspides operation. We're quite proud to be saying today that Aspides is in Larissa, is the third headquarters of a European mission. And it was very important that France and Greece settled that headquarters together because it is the first stem and the first element of a very large and much more strong and powerful European security system. The third thing, of course, is this. As a consequence, all our governments, including in Greece, said that in the new commission and the new system coming, we need to have a stronger European defense and security system. Of course, when I speak about security, it means cybersecurity. It means a lot of different elements in our civilian and military life. It's not only that we want to send the frigates in the Red Sea and protect our commercial ships, but it's also related to cyber information, to radars, and globally to the use of technologies contrary to our values. It's about democracy, but it's also about what we are going to have in the future if some of the countries take hold of one of our systems. To finish with, because I'm ready to answer all your questions, and I'm not going to elaborate a lot because I'm the first speaker, I will, of course, speak about the political sphere. In the political sphere, every country, including Greece, entering the Security Council next January, will work on the peace process and the capacity of the EU as 3 members of the EU, because we have Slovenia, we have France, and we have now Greece from next January. We have to work on peace process. We have to work definitely on a system where we can again, after the big crisis we have had, would it be in Lebanon? Would it be to protect international law? Would it be on UNIFIL, the peace forces that are in southern Lebanon? Would it be on UNRWA? Would it be on the fact that we had a scheme as a European Union with 2 states, that we can continue all those political efforts and that collectively Europe becomes stronger? It's an objective, but also as the crisis comes from Middle East, it's a crucial objective of the EU between France and Greece altogether. To finish with, I will give you examples. As a bilateral ambassador, I always like to give to the students examples of why we do so. And it looks like we go around, but why do we do so? Last week on Thursday, we went with my German colleague to Chios. Why Germany? Because Germany played an intensively important role during the migration crisis that we had in 2016, 15, 16. We went together to assess jointly to our governments of what is happening. So we don't have wrong elements or fears of prejudices or wrong ideas of who are in the camps, what's the threat, what's happening from Turkey, etc. And secondly, tomorrow we are going to have, for the second time, Oliko. It's an exercise with land forces, because what Ukraine and the war taught us was that the conventional war is back in Europe. Conventions mean land forces. So all together with the Greek army, land forces, we are signing an agreement tomorrow, and we're having a huge exercise where 250 French soldiers will be on Xanthi to actually experience what we call the multi-dimensional interoperability of our armies. The strategic partnership which was signed between France and Greece in this context is crucial on all those aspects. Each minute we can call a Greek counterpart. Each minute when we have something in Lebanon, the multinational humanitarian aid or whatever, we need Greece. And this is something I want to insist on just to finish with. Thanks a lot to all the counterparts I have in the Greek Foreign Affairs and Greek Defense Ministry. And thank you to the forum to give me the floor. Sorry if I was a bit long.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sketching out different priorities in the context of the Middle East conflicts, from the evacuation plans, going also to the management of the migration crisis from a French perspective, but also for highlighting the importance of Greek-France partnership, and for reminding the audience that Greece will have a very important international role in the next 2 years, and that our two countries will work together. I'm sure there will be plenty of questions later. My question will be obviously related to the bilateral agreement, defense agreement that was signed 3 years ago between Greece and France, and how applicable it could be under the new regional circumstances. Before we join the debate, of course, I would like also to invite the other speakers to offer the initial inputs, continuing with Professor Roussos.
Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω πρώτα απ' όλα το ΙΔΙΣ για την πρόσκληση.
First of all, I would like to thank IBIS for this invitation. I have always thought it as my home. I think I have never left it. I am in a very hospitable place, friendly place, but allow me to make my speech in English so that all of us can follow it. Σήμερα
where the sole superpower displays clear reluctance, inability, or indifference. You take what you want to engage directly or indirectly in restoring regional stability in areas traditionally considered its primary sphere of influence. Middle East is a case in point. Since the mid-2000s, powers such as Russia, China, India, Iran, and Brazil have increasingly distanced themselves from US policies seeking to exercise hegemonic dominance within their respective regions. Russia has focused on consolidating its power in the territories of this former Soviet Union, while China has increasingly concentrated on asserting dominance in the Far East, Southeast Asia, and South China Sea. Meanwhile, Iran has strategically positioned itself to exert influence in Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf, and of course, the Central Asia, I would say. A second type of, let's say, global shift involves the erosion of the liberal social framework linked to the market economy, which characterized the initial post-Cold War era. This is being replaced by an emerging paradigm that combines China's state-centric capitalism with Putin's unique and, let's say, prosopocentric authoritarianism. In terms of governance models, prominent Arab leaders in countries such as Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates view the Russian president as a decisive figure who enforces reform through strict suppression of opposition and influential social forces that deviate from his directives. For figures like Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Putin's authoritarian model resonates more than the liberal paradigm. Moscow and Beijing's criticism of Western efforts to impose the liberal model as a global standard has found strong support among Middle Eastern political elites. At the same time, the regional role and confidence of non-state armed actors such as Hezbollah, Ansar Allah in Yemen, the Kurds, and Hamas have increased significantly. One of the defining characteristics of the past 2 decades is the democratization of conflict technology. It has become far more accessible and affordable, no longer the exclusive domain of states. These transformations challenge the Western-centric paradigm of global governance. The conflict unfolding in Gaza serves as a catalyst for these changes. First, it highlights the significant influence of the Palestinian issue on regional developments. Second, it underscores the distinctive role of non-state armed entities in regional and global interconnections. Lastly, it contributes significantly to shaping the global South and its implications for the broader global context. Following the Arab Spring uprisings, a perception emerged that the Palestinian issue was either a frozen conflict or worse, an insignificant matter for both Middle Eastern societies and their governments. In Israel, a belief took hold that its robust technological and military capabilities were sufficient to deter threats, ensuring swift neutralization when deemed necessary. However, this strategic balance was disrupted by the attack of Hamas, overturning the imminent Saudi-Israeli reconciliation. Israel's military campaign took on an ethnic cleansing character to the point of genocide, fracturing its relations with Gulf states and thrusting the Palestinian issue back into the political spotlight. A survey conducted by the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies, sampling 80,000 individuals from 16 Arab countries, revealed a resurgence of the Palestinian issue's prominence in Arab society, akin to its peak during the Arab-Israeli conflicts of the 1960s. While Middle Eastern regimes do not rely on public support or consensus, they are careful not to oppose prevailing popular sentiments regarding the Palestinian issue, especially amidst pressing domestic challenges like Egypt's economic difficulties and Saudi Arabia's reform initiatives. America appears to be steadily losing its influence as its efforts fail to bring peace or even ceasefire, despite repeated high-level diplomatic engagements. Multiple attempts, including visits by top officials like the Secretary of State and the President himself, have not succeeded in altering Israel's military tactics from broad assaults and civilian casualties to more precise operations. The consistent rejection by Israeli authorities, particularly Netanyahu, of any discussion regarding a two-state solution exacerbates the decline of US influence in the Middle East and beyond. The focal point now of conflict in the Middle East has shifted from Gaza to the confrontation between Israel and Iran. since the mid-2000s, neutralizing what Tel Aviv perceives as the Iranian threat has been the primary and perhaps sole objective of Israeli strategy. All other threats, Hamas, Hezbollah, either stem from Iran or are secondary in importance for Israel. The Israeli right views the current moment as an opportune time for a decisive strike against Iran, given the tacit consent within Israel, the severe blows suffered by Iran allies in the resistance axis, the absence of substantive opposition from the US and the Arab states, and the Iranian regime's internal adjustments. Some in the West, in Washington mainly, believe that a crippling blow to Iran would undermine broader efforts to forge an alliance around China and Russia. China's active mediation between Iran and Saudi Arabia marks a fundamental shift in its foreign policy, signaling a transition towards a more multipolar global order, particularly in regions traditionally dominated by American influence, such as the Middle East. China has been cautious but impactful, playing also a crucial mediating role in agreements for unity and cooperation among Palestinian organizations. Above all, it stands poised to capitalize on the US failure to end the conflict. The shift affects the entire Middle East, as many countries reassess their strategic alliances and explore alternatives beyond their long-standing dependence on the US countries like Saudi Arabia. Countries like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Gulf states are watching this American, what they believe as weakness, with concern, a development that may accelerate the rapprochement with Beijing and Tehran. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, previously steadfast US allies, have recently strengthened ties with other powers, such as China and Turkey. The rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia is another sign of shifting alliances, especially as both countries align their positions on issues like Palestine and undertake efforts to reduce regional tensions. The recent joint summit of the Arab League and the OIC in October 11, and its communique, along with a joint military exercise between Iran and Saudi Arabia, reflect this trend. Under a possible Trump administration, we might expect a dynamic political effort to quickly close the Gaza front, as the ongoing slaughter and ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians creates significant cracks in the Abraham Accords strategy. This could potentially allow China to exploit these rifts to expand its influence in the region. One issue, finishing, my partner, I would say something about Greek foreign policy as well, but very, very few things. So, one issue requiring Greek attention is the rapprochement and cooperation among Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, which began 2 years ago and intensified with the Gaza conflict. Given these new realities, Athens should reconsider its strategy regarding triangular alliances in the Eastern Mediterranean, as key players like Egypt and the UAE no longer provide support. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Professor Roussos, for sharing different perspectives concerning the Middle East from regional to international competition. I'm sure there will be questions also about the Trump presidency potential effect on dynamics. My question, if we have time later, would be whether you could consider China's mediation between Iran and Saudi Arabia as a model for future realignment or readjustments in the region. But without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Professor Triandafilou.
Thank you very much. I will try to, I've been thinking about this whole conference all day and many of the things that we've heard so far, and I'll be alluding to some of them. But, my feeling is that we're living in this new normal, which is being defined, and the new normal is something we have to cope with. And I was particularly struck the way Ambassador Sabanidze, in the previous panel, you sort of talked about the constants in the Black Sea region. And I think the three constants you mentioned at the beginning are three constants in the Middle East and the wider Middle East region. Contestation, you talked about contestation, right? Fragmented region. Well, we see this in the Middle East and the wider Middle East, including East Med and so on. The second thing, you talked about conflicts, right? Both intrastate and interstate. We see this happening. And then the third thing you talked about was a weak regional identity. Well, I think the nuance here might be clashing regional identities, at least in the Middle East. But this is sort of a constant. There's a lot of parallelism there. And in fact, when we talk about the new normal, is this new? No, it's been going on for a long time. Particularly defined in this post-Cold War era, which keeps evolving. And it's more like, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, right? So we have to deal with what is happening right now. And one of the things we don't necessarily talk about, but we need to focus on, is the degree this is affecting our societies, the unprecedented polarization and dehumanization driven by the escalating violence in the Middle East, right? It existed before, but now there's even to a greater degree. What is the impact on civil society? What is the impact on the civic space of each one of our countries around the region, which is shrinking anyway, was already shrinking, but it's shrinking even more? What is the impact on our societies, which are already polarized, both along ideological, and when I say our, I also mean European societies, and in particular European societies of the Mediterranean, and not only, but already polarized along ideological divides. There's anti-immigrant discourse and rhetoric. There is growing anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, as well as anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian hatreds, which are becoming more and more evident nowadays because, we see what happened in the Netherlands recently. But this is a reality which has been happening in our societies, in particular at times when young generations of youth and segments of our youth are becoming more disenfranchised. They do not feel they belong in our societies. Social media is having an impact in terms of how information is given, how hate is being spread. So in other words, the cohesion within and between our societies is fragmenting. And the rule of law and international peace and security are being undermined. And we have to keep that in mind. Paradoxically, if you think about all this, there is, at least at the societal level or between societies, there is a paradigm or paragon of change. It's the relationship between Greece and Turkey. Even in all these decades of trouble and conflict, coming close to war or fighting or whatever, we have never reached to the level of polarization between the two societies or dehumanization. We have not reached that level. And I wonder whether Greek civil society and Turkish civil society could take an initiative to show to the rest of it. Same thing has happened in Cyprus, by the way, too. 50 years since the Turkish invasion, but still there is this growing significant segment of Turkish Cypriot civil society and Greek Cypriot civil society that interacts and talks to each other. And albeit what is happening in particular right next door in the Middle East. But we need to keep this in mind. And I think even Neil McFarlane also alluded to this, talking about how this is reflected politically with the rise of the far right and so on in most of our countries. The second thing to consider, yes, it was alluded all morning, we'll talk about it again, the X factor, the Trump factor. What does this actually mean in terms of the region itself is something that we need to consider. Because for now, what I see when it comes to the Middle East, there is an Israel first approach and there's a business approach as well as that is linked to it. In fact, during the campaign, the electoral campaign in the US, I think in October, President Trump gave an interview to Al Arabiya, Saudi Arabia's official network, where he talked about the need to go back to continuing with the Abraham Accords, the need for normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, and the need to make sure that the IMEC pipeline, the IMEC trade route is actually goes into effect, right? And by the way, this is also something that the Biden administration keeps insisting. In fact, on the margins of the General Assembly of the UN in September, in a bilateral meeting between President Biden and his counterpart from the Emirates, if one looks at the White House readout, there is a mention about this, that these plans have to continue. They've all been stalled by the conflict. But this is also something to consider because we do not know exactly. We hear a lot about where the Trump administration is going, but it does put a damper in as to how we proceed. But then how do we proceed? I mean, apart from having to find a way to put an end to the conflicts and the violence, then there is, for what reason we go to this? So what is a formula that we will come up with, in particular in terms of the Palestinian territories? Is it a trusteeship council? Is it more involvement of other third actors such as the Arab states and so on? But we have to start formulating this. But as we are doing this, as we move to the post-conflict phase, because interestingly enough, when we talk about the Black Sea region or we talk about other regions, everyone is already thinking and positioning themselves for the future as well, because whenever a vacuum is created, you have to sort of fill it. So, but as we're going through this, which is going to be a period of trust building, well, security considerations will become just as fundamental until states like Israel and others feel secure enough to move on and interact with neighbors, or whether it's the construction of a Palestinian state, which means that during this period, the Israel first approach, the Turkey first approach, the Greece first approach, and so on will be even more relevant, I feel, until we get to a time frame where we can start looking towards what was mentioned in the first panel of the day, in particular by Maria Gabunelli, about the need to move, and this is where it comes in. This is where Europe needs to save face, and international institutions need to save face, the UN as well, in that sense. I mean, the ambassador alluded to, within the context of the Security Council, Slovenia, Greece, and France working together in tandem as EU member states. But we need somehow to save the institutions, because as the conflicts go on, there's growing disillusionment, in particular in the publics of the Middle East. And so to move to that phase afterwards, the phase of reconstruction, of reconnection, of reintegration or connectivity, which is a word that's also been used, and where the focus will be, and this is where Europe, because we always say, well, the conflict is happening on our back door, right outside our borders, and there's nothing the Europeans can do except try to help humanitarian aid and so on, but politically and militarily, they're not able to do much. But there is a possibility for it to save face, as it's trying. It has to work out plans of how to reconnect the region with itself. Whether we're talking about the Middle East, of course, or whether we are talking about the Eastern neighborhood that we talked about before. And so whether it's things about the cyclical economy, where it has to do with energy, with migration, climate crisis, and so on, I think this is where the focus will also have to be. And as we are coming up, I mean, next year, 2025, is the 30-year anniversary of the Barcelona Declaration. If you remember the Euro-Mediterranean Summit in November 1995, I think it was in Barcelona, Spanish initiative, with the Swedish sounding Spanish Foreign Minister Carlos Westendorp leading the process, and the Spaniards are already working on the 30th anniversary summit, where there's a lot of work being done in terms of the way that was formatted, the three baskets, the political, the economic, and the civil society one. And I think this is a make or break moment too. I mean, and I think speaking as a European, also for Europe, to try to come up with what needs to be done once somehow the tensions are alleviated, and in terms of reconnecting, because I think, as I said, and I want to link this and end with this, to my initial remarks about the unprecedented polarization within our societies as well. And I think we have to consider this and the impact this has, and the impact this has politically within our countries, in particular with this new normal and the rise of the far right, and how it's affected. So saving face also means making sure that some of the things that have been voted on are somehow implemented, whether it's the UN Security Council Resolution 1701 of 2006 that has to do with Lebanon, whether it's, there's an IGC advisory opinion of this year about the illegality of Israeli occupations. We have to act on this, whether it's about ensuring unhindered access to journalists in the conflict zones, because that is also an issue, or implementing ICJ provisional measures, right? Because At stake is the whole international system if we do not deal with this. And if the system within which we operate, these norms and values which some of us, believe in more than others, but if somehow the whole system does not operate, then I am afraid we will not be able to effectively deal with the next day, the immediate cessation of activities, and then and how to rebuild, if possible, within the context for the future. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Triandafilou. I'm tempted to ask whether the formula you described about the future of the Middle East could be based on a potential enlargement of the Abraham Accords, and whether this could work without resolution to the Palestinian question. I believe it's very hard to find an answer. Let's see also how our debate progresses later. Last but not least, Carsten Wieland from PRIO Institute.
Thank you very much. Now, 2 weeks ago, we were witness of the US elections, and the US elections were a crucial external landmark and criteria for the conflict in the Middle East. There were two crucial external factors. One was the US elections. Why? Because already in November last year, I said that Netanyahu will prolong the war until the US elections, and the time frame was something that dictated the developments in the Middle East, and that were not inherent developments on the ground. It was external developments that determined the length and the way of warfare. He was banking on Trump to win, and he was right, and he is a survival artist, and he has been gaining and winning elections all these decades on a very strong security discourse. And this is what is happening now. We are closing that window. US elections have passed. We are opening another window, and Netanyahu has to come up with other another calculus, other deliberations, how to end this war. And Donald Trump has made it clear to Netanyahu that he wants this war to end before he takes office on 20th of January. So now there will be, I think we will get gradually into this phase of post-conflict in one way or the other. And Lebanon is probably a case that might be resolved earlier, and Gaza is more complicated, but I will get to that. What is the other external factor that was driving this conflict? On the other side, it was precisely the smallest, unlikely proxy of Iran that determined the time agenda. It was a Sunni proxy that is a very recent ally of Iran, because we might remember that when the Arab Spring happened and the Syrian opposition rose, Hamas was on the side of the Syrian opposition against Assad, against Iran. This switched in the course of the years. So it was Hamas that decided the 7th of October 2023. And it was a decision by Hamas, and it was not a concerted action by Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas and Houthis, and so on. In this way, the bigger proxies like Hezbollah and even the mother country, Iran, were driven into a time agenda that was not theirs. So we have now on both sides, and they had more or less reacted to it. Basically, Hezbollah and also Iran had to react to Hamas. If they knew about it or not is another big debate. Maybe yes, maybe not, but we all know that they were strongly supporting Hamas financially. But it was, by the way, Netanyahu and his government, and especially Netanyahu, who was promoting a strengthening of Hamas to divide the Palestinians. Now, in this situation, of course, Hezbollah and Iran, they had to symbolically support Hamas, but they did not want to have a full-fledged war. Hezbollah was shooting a few rockets into Israel, bad enough to make the northern part of Israel unlivable, but it didn't have to engage in a full-fledged war yet. Iran was doing the same. Also, Iran has been thinking until now
it does not need the nuclear bomb because it's better off to be 2 weeks away from the bomb and having the same advantages as if they had the bomb, because everybody talks to them, everybody wants to prevent them from having the bomb. But in case they start producing nuclear weapons in real, they will get many more sanctions and pressure and perhaps attacks. So they were all kind of comfortable enough on letting the conflict simmer and sitting at the edge and kind of escalating without full-fledged warfare. Now we are at this edge, and this edge is very dangerous, and we have seen it, and that not a regional war has happened is one of the few silver glances, I would say, silver linings in this conflict, that it is, for me, a masterpiece of international diplomacy, that especially I think the Biden administration has done and put pressure on the Netanyahu government that is, as we all know, comprised of people who would like to have a completely different escalating scenario in the West Bank and in Gaza, not to escalate further, and Iran not to escalate further. Having said this, now we have this situation where actually two sides are somehow in a situation where they have been guided by external factors as well. This now has come to an end and is kind of settling down. The problem is that we have, for example, the regional component, especially when it comes to Gaza. Now, in Gaza, if you look at the time frame, one can have perhaps like in the kind of visual thought, two kind of time lines. The short-term line is really the disastrous humanitarian situation, humanitarian aid that has to be delivered, and that is not getting in properly. And when it comes to the Eastern Mediterranean, I would say when it comes to the migration pressure, etc., even the political implications of it, because it is not only a migration from Gaza, it is a political connotation of leaving one's territory. The situation in Gaza has just started when it comes to long-term humanitarian suffering, because there's no perspective at the moment that that the people who are remaining in Gaza will have a kind of normal life in the midterm future. So that's the immediate frame of action. The middle one, they all have to be thought in the same way, together, synchronized. In the middle one is actually the Biden plan. But the Biden plan, where does it stop? It stops, it says, okay, exchange of hostages with Palestinian prisoners in 2 stages, and then reconstruction. It stops at reconstruction of Gaza. No mentioning of any regional solution, no mentioning of any 2-state solution. So we have to think the third axis as well, which is the broader picture that you also hinted at already, the picture of involving regional powers and Arab states and finding a lasting solution for a situation that has caused war every 5 to 10 years. The problem is that we have seen that the specific government of Netanyahu, and we have also seen the civil society protests in Israel and the protests of progressive Israeli parties and people in the street, has not shown any strong interest in ending this war in a political settlement yet. I've been to Israel and the West Bank 4 times until 7th of October last year, and I talked to Knesset members, etc. When you talk to them, be it Likud or be it even the so-called centrist liberal opposition, there's not much of a difference. When it comes to 2-state solution, nobody mentions it anymore. And even more, when you ask them, so what's your day after plan? Then they say, well, yeah, there will be some moderate Arab states that will help us to secure the Gaza Strip, etc. When you ask the so-called moderate Arab states, they say, well, nobody has talked to us really, and we will not do anything without a real political plan, without a political vision. And this is the crux of the matter. Without a political vision, anyone who secures the Gaza Strip with Israel will be just the prolonged hand of the Israeli government and perceived like that. Even though the Arab states are no democracies, they cannot completely ignore the public opinion either. So the question is how to find an arrangement where this happens. And the Netanyahu government has been quite I would say even neglecting the diplomatic fronts, focusing on security solution only. You need to engage partners to come up with a solution and try to find an arrangement that goes beyond the immediate security needs, something that buffers you politically as well. When I got there just after 7th of October, I found, talked to Knesset members and others, that, you talked of the polarization. Indeed, also civil society organizations have told us it has never been as bad as that. Even the first intifada, second intifada, the dehumanization, the polarization, the media bubbles, the lack of empathy on both sides. Now, if the two-state solution is supposed to be something else than a hollow phrase, it needs civil society preparation, which is a very long process, and you can't measure it with success indicators, dialogue processes, bridging the gaps between Israelis and Palestinians, because I think what is clear is that for both sides, from a point of view of self-perception, these events since 7th of October have had highly traumatic character for both sides. For the Israelis, if we share it or not, but the self-perception is, for many Israelis, the worst attack, or it's something like the Holocaust, or the worst attack since the Holocaust. For the Palestinians, it's a second Nakba, being threatened to be expelled from Gaza. And what we are seeing in the West Bank is horrendous. And even the announcements of some ministers, like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, of a formal annexation is showing us where it will go, especially with the nominations, the recent nominations of Donald Trump. And ending, because we also have time for questions, of course, is, so what part of the arrangements, will there be a possibility to kind of hook up to what Trump had left behind when he left office last time, which are basically the Abraham Accords, well, he called it the plan of the century. The Abraham Accords, in the way as they are now, will not work anymore, because they had a lot of positive elements, but they lacked, of course, a crucial element, which was they eclipsed completely the Palestinian question. So I would call it, if you want to hook up to something that exists, we need something like Abraham Plus. Even those who are already in the Abraham Accords should renegotiate it. And Saudi Arabia, that is trying to get into a certain arrangement with Israel, which is a triangle, by the way, as we know, US, Saudi Arabia, Israel, and has a lot of other implications from nuclear technology, regional balance, etc. The Palestinian question will be a crucial question. And even if, and we know also double standards in the Arab world, even if the elites, the authoritarian elites in the Arab world have no particular empathy for Palestinians, they will not be able to neglect this question in the future. And this is something that this crisis has also brought about. It does not mean that we will get to a political and settled solutions. I also know people who say we will never get to any solution in the Middle East. We should focus on Ukraine because, and so on. But it's a very fatalistic approach. But I will end with one silver lining, if I may, which I was, which I was told by civil society actors. They said, yes, we do have this polarization. We've never had it before like this. We are working on it. The few NGOs who are left, but we saw it in the voting behavior in and after Oslo. Before Oslo, before the plan was laid out, people were in the security mode. This is the mode on the basis of which Netanyahu gains his elections. This security vote was right-wing, anti-peace. As soon as there was a detailed political plan on the table, and there was some kind of shaping of the future, suddenly the voting behavior switched, and we had a broader peace camp also in the Knesset. And that what they said is our hope that this will happen again, but for this you need political leadership. And this is then again toning it down, saying that with Netanyahu himself being burned domestically, but also internationally, this leadership is at the moment not there to find this political solution where people would have a confidence in and then change also their voting behavior into a more constructive future for both sides. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. We have 8 minutes. What I propose is to collect 2 questions and then give the word to the speakers for the final remarks, reversing the order. So we will start with Carsten Wieland and we will finish with the ambassador. Please identify yourself and as much as possible, not more than 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Vasiliki Papakostopoulou. I work for the Greek Ministry of Culture. I'm not representing. Mr. Wieland just talked about a need for reconstruction. And I would like to ask Her Excellency, the Ambassador of France in Athens, regarding the areas affected by attacks, such as Lebanon, you refer to. Would you believe that it would be feasible to draft an action plan on the restoration of monuments and cultural sites affected in cooperation with Greece and other interested parties? And if that's the case, on which basis? What would you, what would be the organization or the organizations in such a capacity in the Eastern Mediterranean? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question, which is very dear to my heart, because for 3 years I was in charge of culture and education and higher education in the Foreign Affairs Ministry. So we created an instrument which is in Geneva, which has been created by both France and the Emirates, which is called ALIF, International Alliance for the Heritage in Danger. And they already started to work after the big explosion in the port of Beirut. They were reconstructing some of the historical buildings, the churches, but also the museums in Beirut. So for sure, this is a very interesting tool, which is public and private, because we have a lot of donors into these instruments, and Greece is part of it. At this stage, we didn't really use it because it's war is taking place in Beirut. But everybody knows that after war there is negotiations and reconstruction. So of course, heritage is part of it.
Any other question? The microphone, please, to the gentleman.
Thank you very much. My name is Albert Vidal, and I'm an analyst at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. My question also goes to Her Excellency, but if any other panelists want to jump in, it's on Operation Aspides, and whether you think it's been successful. Usually when you ask this question, people name metrics, ships escorted, drones that have been shut down, days of deployment. But to me, the ultimate question is, has shipping gone back to pre-crisis levels? Now, if we look at the deployment, there hasn't been much of a change before Aspides and after Aspides in terms of volumes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And so what do you think is the end game?
When we created Aspides, we knew it was an ongoing process, because we had Atalante, we had in Ceuta another headquarter, and we knew we had to assess after 1 year. This was the basis of negotiation that we proposed among the member states. Discussions after 1 year is ongoing. I mean, it's not yet decided exactly what we are doing. It's true that the circumstances in the Suez Canal and the Red Sea didn't improve really, and that the threats are very severe. The question about who are sending the boats, which navy are sending the boats, is still into the discussion as well, and headquarters as well. Discussions are going on.
Now I'd like to give the floor to all speakers for the final remarks because we are running out of time. Please, very briefly, 30 seconds if possible.
I hope less. Ilya Rubanis, I'm a fellow here at Elis. I wanted to ask, over the last 2.5 years, there's been a tremendous vacuum in the arms procurement industry as Russia was involved in Ukraine. If that comes to an end and suddenly you see a supply of weapons flooding markets, what do you think would that be the effect in the Middle East as we see it right now? And that's possibly a question that Prio is more qualified to address, but also I think France has been in a supply chain war with Russia of some kind.
Thank you. Let's start with Carsten Villa, then Dimitri Triantafylou, Sotiris Roussos, and we'll finish with the ambassador.
Yeah, thank you. I have 3 quick remarks. One, perhaps just adding up to what you said. I think it is, of course, very worrying that this region has been in a cycle of few years where weapons are streaming in, where conflict is breaking out without any political long-term solution. And often the heaviest crises are good windows of opportunity to start something new. But unfortunately, with the players in place, I don't see that happening. But even more worrying than the hardware that is coming in, I think, is what we haven't really can't even figure, perhaps, found out to express is, if you look at the people in Gaza, people in the West Bank, elsewhere, even in our societies, who are radicalizing because of this conflict, who are traumatized, and they will be a security threat, not only for Israel, but for also European countries and the US in the long term. And this is like human capital that is being lost and that is being wounded forever. Just 2 short remarks. We should keep an eye on Syria, because Syria, for the first time, is a target for Israel. Not only Iran's positions in Syria, but also the Syrian regime at least has got some warning hits. And that might also cause a new dynamic. One could say, okay, we haven't had any dynamic for years. Maybe that helps somehow in the Syria UN process of some way when Assad is getting into trouble. But also the question of, in Syria itself, how Iran is able to keep its foothold, where Iran has invested so much in Syria in the past years and will not go voluntarily ever from Syria. And that makes, of course, life for Assad very difficult. And one could also say Iran is kind of burning its allies and proxies in the region at the moment. They're all getting weaker. After Iran has become stronger and stronger after each move since 2003, since the Anglo-Saxon attack on an invasion in Iraq. Last point, in order to kind of bind together the panels we had before and this one, this war in the region, in the Middle East, is of course serving the interest of the broader overarching conflicts actor, Russia and also China, to absorb resources from the West towards the Middle East, to divert interest into the Middle East, and to gain own protagonism, like China with its mediation efforts between the Palestinian factions, etc. So this is something we should also keep in mind, that this is actually a side conflict to the main conflict. And the longer it drags on, the more resources it takes us away from supporting Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned Syria, but also your last point. I think this is also something to consider. I mean, yes, the focus here is on the Middle East, but the links to not only other regions are there. In particular, if we had the panels about the Black Sea region, you think about the connectivity between the Black Sea region and what is happening there in terms of maritime security and other things, and the Middle East is something to keep in mind. So, but also, the wider sort of global context where, and this is something I'm addressing the students in the room, because at times here we always view, when we study international relations and foreign policy, we end up always focusing on our immediate neighborhood, which is very relevant, and of course how we counteract ultimately we deal with Turkey. But the issues are much wider and much more complex than that. And I think this has been a panel which really shows the wider aspects of this. The last thing also, again, when I talk about civil society at the beginning, it's very interesting that in this country where we are so close to the region, we do not talk about these things. Usually civil society, when it comes to what is happening in the Middle East, is expressed, has a signature. If I go to my university, it's full of posters belonging to political factions, youth groups of political factions and others. This is not civil society. Civil society is what we do as individuals and how we are challenged by what is happening in our societies. And I think we need to have a wider debate at universities and elsewhere about these issues that affect us directly. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Professor Roussos and then the ambassador.
Right. Two remarks. The first one is a general one, perhaps maybe pessimistic, but I believe that civil society has nothing to do with conflict resolution, particularly in the case of the Middle East and the Palestinian issue. We have that. We had that. We had that during the Oslo process. It didn't work. There are two ways of solving the Palestinian issue and the Israeli-Palestinian issue with what we have now. What we have now is a full hegemony of Israeli right in the Israeli society and politics. And also, on the other hand, we have no political leadership in the Palestinian side apart from Hamas. Right. So in these circumstances, there's two solutions, not solutions, but ways of having a solution. One is the defeat of Israel, the military defeat of Israel, which will oblige Israel to give to accept, to negotiate a two-state solution, which cannot happen. It would not happen. It would be a futile thought to say that Israel is going to be defeated militarily. The second issue, the second thing, is to try to for the Palestinians, try to struggle for a bi-ethnic state, bi-national state, which won't happen this now. But what we have in front of ours is the effort of Israel to annex both West Bank and I believe great part of Gaza Strip. If they do so, and I believe that they plan to do so, given what they are doing in the West Bank mainly, then we're heading straight to an apartheid regime, full apartheid regime in Israel. With Badustans, that means enclaves of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, and no sovereign rights whatsoever. That means that we might have in the coming decades a new type of struggle, which is going to be the apartheid struggle, and then might lead to a bi-national state in the form that we have seen in South Africa, for example. These are the two ways. There's no third. There's no third. With what we have seen now, what we have now down the situation. This is my first remark. And if we would like, if the international community wishes to have a Palestinian leadership away from Hamas and from the Islamists, they have to press upon Israel to free Baran Barghouti, who is the popular leader of Fatah, of the secular party. Now, the second remark has to do with what Israel is doing in Syria and Lebanon. As very well mentioned by both speakers, Israel is not interested in stability in the region. It's not interested at all. It is interested in restructuring the region. And this is the most dangerous one, because this would lead to a difficult situation in many places of the region, not only in Syria and in the borders of Israel, but further beyond. So these are my two remarks, if I may. Thank you.
Yes, to finish with, of course, we cannot have peace conditions or peace process going on with the conference, and our objectives, of course, is to back the two states situation, to back Israel's security, but also we have to consider the neighbors. Anything is possible. Nothing is possible without a ceasefire. So even if we have plans, we have many ideas of what we can do, we need a ceasefire first. This is the first point. Second point is the Ukraine war, of course, has taken a lot of our resources, and it has a lot of consequences after the American elections. But what we have to consider as well is the humanitarian aspects, because polarizing our countries shouldn't withdraw and hinder us to consider that civilian population, rule of law, the situation of international law should be, humanitarian law should be respected. So that's also a position we share with Greece. Last but not least, I agree with my colleagues, especially with Werner, saying that let's beware about what's happening. Carsten Sola-Wieland. Of course, we have to be careful about Syria. One of the big elements about the migration crisis was with Syrians. And we know there are a lot of refugees now in Jordan and in Lebanon who are Syrians. Are they going back to Syria or not? Are they going to be instrumentalized by the Syrian regime or not? And Iran. At this stage, I fully agree with all the panelists. Iran was very careful and showed all the summer that they were not touching Hezbollah, not touching Hamas. But at this stage, they have to be taken into account in the broader picture, because they are in helping the Houthis, I mean Iran, they are helping Hezbollah, they are embedded in Qatar, etc., etc. So to finish with, of course, a true ceasefire and a true recognition of the two states in the region is our objective. But to have that recognition, for instance, of only Palestine doesn't work. Because if we don't have as many as Arab countries with us, it will never work. So that's where diplomacy starts. And welcome to the Greek colleagues in the Security Council, because it is tough. It's not true that we cannot get an agreement under United Nations. It's not true. General Assembly is working, and even if we have this risk of having a Russian veto, we work. So let's work under the international law.
Thank you. We are coming to an end. I'd like to thank the panelists and the participants for this wonderful discussion, and we are looking forward to the next session and on Horizon 2030 and Greece's national strategy.
Εντάξει, να παρακαλέσω να πάρουμε θέση στο πάνελ, οι κύριοι και οι κυρίες, συμμετέχοντες, για να έχουμε πάει πολύ καλά ως προς
Could the panelists take their place? We have kept the time in the program, in the schedule.
Τώρα ήπια βέβαια από αυτό, αλλά δεν ξέρω κατά πόσο. Αυτό είναι δικό μου το σημάδι. Το νερό είναι σίγουρα αυτό. Ναι, το άνοιξα εγώ, καθαρό είναι. Καλησπέρα σας, κυρίες
Good
και
evening,
κύριοι.
ladies and gentlemen.
It's time for you to wear your headphones if you're following the simultaneous interpretation, because you're going to speak in Greek, because everybody on this panel is a Greek one. Αισθάνομαι πολύ μεγάλη τιμή και
It's
χαρά
an honor and pleasure that I am in this very strong panel, which will carry on the discussion with a Greek horizon. When we were organizing this panel, we did not have the elections in the United States, and now we expect a huge change as from January in the policy of the US. Therefore, the panel will address the issue what Greece expects apart the foreign affairs and, of course, the two wars that are taking place in Gaza and the Ukraine. It is all the speakers are well known in the panel. There is no need to present them. I would like to present them. Mr. Thanos Dokos, National Security Advisor, Evangelos Kalpadakis, Coordinator, Alexis Tsipras Institute for Peace, Justice and Sustainable Growth, Panagiotis Tsakonas, Professor of International Relations and Security Studies, National and Kapodistria University of Athens, Head of the Program on Security and Foreign Policy, and Mr. Kostas Ifadis, Professor of International Relations, Padion University, President and Director of IDIS, which hosts us here, and we would like to thank Mrs. Yofendouli for the invitation. Each speaker has approximately 10 minutes maximum. Then we will have time for questions, and perhaps I may use my identity to ask questions. So, Mr. Dokos, the first speaker, to talk to us about the issue of the national strategy with the horizon of 2030. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Institute for inviting me, which has gained an institutional character. As first speaker, I will take the opportunity and make some observations for the changes and how we are influenced and what does that mean for the national strategy. The first observation the important role of the forces of we have been living in a system of Western inspiration. The international law, which pressure is being exercised to change, but in order to spot the changes are significant. There is the development of the South. There is a big number of countries which is away of the West and which are getting increasing political and economical power. They try to create their own integration, being enlarged, or they're trying to get more institutional characteristics. The BRICS, there are processes taking place in the south of the planet. There is pressure for the change of the international system, revision of rules and regulations, and I think this will influence international relationships in the years to come. Of course, there will be a change in the American strategy, whether it will be more First America or Make America Great Again, but what does that mean for the general strategy? Will it be isolation? It will be focusing on in Asia? We shall see. It is certain that we are going to have sectoral differences in sectoral policies. Obviously, the names that have been announced for undertaking focal positions in the Trump administration, for example, energy and environment, that means that the balances change, the US change, and this will have various impact. There is a lot of discussion for weakening of the NATO. We shall see. I don't know. Right now, the discussion does not have any meaning. We have to wait and after the 6th of January to see the decisions. The European Union is or remains tantalizing with lack of orientation, lack of leadership. It was heard in the previous panel, and because we are talking about a European strategy and autonomy, our performance on the field are not impressive. For example, the protection of marine traffic and the European supply chain, something that Aspida's operation tries to operate. We only have 3 countries, Greece, Italy and France. The others are the free riders, but I don't think that it is a very encouraging sign for the willingness of Europe to strengthen its presence in safety and defense. And the last point, either the competition of the big powers or because neutral ones of lack of interest for some areas, there is space and opportunities for the middle powers, the so-called middle powers, the ones that they have increasing ambitions, among them Turkey, which have the willingness and the capability to play a significant role in their area. What do all these things mean for us, and what should be the axis of the Hellenic policy up to 2030, let's say? Obviously, Greece maintains the clear orientation. That does not mean that we should not try to strengthen our relationship with selected countries of the South. India is the first one that comes to mind. There are big powers with which we have to maintain or strengthen good relationships, and in any case to have a right balance. Of course, Greece will continue to support a strong NATO and transatlantic bonding, but it is obvious that significant decisions will not be taken in Athens or in Rome or in Madrid, they will be taken in Washington. Therefore, we have a clear position, but the decisions are going to be taken elsewhere. I would like to bring back the issue of the active participation of Greece in safety and defense, as the Americans say, punch below its weight. We are a middle power in the defense field. We have increased weight, and it's something we should take advantage of. If we consider not only for the change in Washington, but because Europe at some point must undertake the responsibility for the security of its neighborhood. If we suppose that Europe adopts a realistic agenda for the strategic autonomy, I believe that it is feasible to develop European strategic autonomy without undermining NATO. And I say, but if we suppose that Europe decides to go forward in total or with alliances of the willing, Greece can and must play a protagonistic role. The next keyword that I would use, and one of the basic terms and pursuits of the Greek policy, must be extraversy. In recent years, when I am on the same table with Mr. Kalpadakis, although we do not have a long tradition of continuity in foreign policy, the special role and alliances and cooperations in the East Mediterranean and Middle East is something that was supported from successive Hellenic governments with different ideological orientation. Therefore, it is useful to point this out. Of course, there are difficulties, as mentioned before, as violence and conflicts carry on in Middle East. The logic of cooperation has become more difficult, but when things, which I think the new American government administration will try to have ceasing of fire in Middle East, I think we will have the prerequisites for new forms of cooperation, and Greece, having invested for many years in the triangle relations, Israel, Egypt, Greece, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, I think it will play a role in the enlargement of these formations. And I would say that we already do it at a satisfactory level. To go further, an example that comes to mind and a significant strategic opportunity is India. Therefore, enlargement the geographic horizon of the Hellenic foreign policy, and of course, from the basic axis, the strengthening that we need to have the platform and the strengthening of the armed forces. Of course, we will need to have naval ships, army, and so on. But as the political and army leadership have announced, we will have more and more investment in new technologies. And this way, we will have a different mix of powers, which will have non-manned drones and other technologies. Regarding the Greek-Turkish relationships, I think the basic target is to keep tension at a low level without concessions. If there are prerequisites for something better, for smoothing up, of course, no logical person would say no. But right now, there are a series of tools and forum of discussions and contacts, the new measures of constructing trust, which have created a better climate. They haven't solved problems, but if we manage to keep tension For a long period of time, low, I think we will benefit. In the axis, I would include the continuation of the Greek policy in the Western Balkans to be accessed in the European Union. Yes, there have been bad developments, but if the Western Balkans are accessed in the European Union, they will be better neighbors for Greece if they compared to being for being an easy prey for big powers who want to influence the area. So extraversy, a strengthening of preventing action, and security has taken bigger dimensions, and respectively in the planning of the many people, central role is vulnerability. I think priority is decrease of vulnerability and increase of resilience. Let me tell you also, a significant issue for Greece is the issue of the Ukraine. It is important for us, any powers, not to take and draw any conclusions with the way that conflict may stop, but a new reality is going to be created, and we should be ready to adapt to this. Therefore, first of all, the speediness of changes requires a system of timely detection and warning that will have very sensitive areas, and a system of strategic adaptation that will be extremely flexible because the changes take place day by day. And secondly, we are have been talking in recent years in a holistic approach on a national security issue. And the crisis of Evros in 2020 is a successful example, a success story of such an approach. National security is obvious that it's not an issue of the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or protection, or the Ministry of Citizens Protection, but of other services as well. I think that we must make the leap from an approach that will include the whole society. It is quite interesting, the example of the Scandinavian countries, that they have a different approach. I have the feeling that it's such the width, the tension, and the depth of the changes for security that we must start preparing our society, whether we are talking about threats or humanistic problems or natural disasters. I think the whole society must be mobilized. This means awareness, preparation, training, and of course the wider political consensus. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dokos. I will not comment the presentations. Just two basic categories. One category is the traditional category, analyzed the whole spectrum of the foreign policy and the enlargement of our neighbors in the European Union and the access to India. Western Balkans, Ukraine. On the other hand, you showed how we should make the leap ahead, the necessity to be prepared for a new phase in the international system. And if we connect it to the previous panel, it may be dangerous or it may be hopeful.
Ένα αναθεωρητικό σχήμα πια, με την παλιά ή την καινούργια του έννοια. Όλοι οι ομιλητές αυτό το πάνελ,
All the speakers from the panel
έχουν χειριστεί και πολύ δύσκολα θέματα. Και καλό είναι να τους εκμεταλλευτείτε στο Q&A.
They are experts in their own fields. The next speaker, Mr. Kalpadakis, diplomat, as a diplomat, and following the policy of Alexis Tsipras, North Macedonia and Western Balkans. Thank you very much, and thank the organizers for the invitation. I think it is quite positive that we are talking now after the elections in the US, because we can set the basis of what we are going to see after the elections and talk about the transition in this historical phase that Mr. Dokos mentioned. I think, therefore, but we have to think what has happened in previous years, where we were not so certain that this historical transition will take place. Up to a point, the international community and the West worked with the logic in 2021-24 that we will be able to start as from 2008, that we could say that the financial crisis, Lehman Brothers, Eurozone, immigration, COVID, Trump period was a bad dream, and that in a post-pandemic period, we can start from the beginning with three significant liberal, with Biden, Trump, Scholz, within a war that we would win in the Ukraine with lots of money. This time we haven't corrected the mistake from the crisis of the Eurozone, because now we had the Eurobond and the recovery fund, and to build a new period of the liberal new order. It seems that this does not apply, and we have to be sincere that this did not take place. And possibly I'm saying that in a provocative manner, because 2021-2024 was not a parenthesis and not the beginning of a new phase, but the liberal new order death. This means that we have to think where we are going to stand in the years to come. Definitely in a world, multipolar one, where the US will have a leading role, but they will not prevail. Belarus leadership without primacy. Therefore, United States are accepting this role with many crises, with lots of crises, multiple crises, which will be the new reality, even and with a different role for the US and the European Union. I think Mr. Dokos mentioned the weaknesses of the European Union to show us a direction here in Greece in the way that we followed in the 80s, 90s, the 2000s. Something similar will apply for Washington with the Trump leadership, where they may be decisive for the interests of the USA, but we don't know how this will be combined with our own interests. In such a framework, there are no margins to think that Greece, in a new phase with a strong West, will play the role of an advanced NATO guard, which can upgrade the role of NATO in the southeastern area. This does not mean that should not claim its role, and of course it has an increased weight. The fact that we are one of the three countries in the ASPIDA operation and the responsibilities that we undertake within NATO, we are going to be one of the strong countries, and I think we should take advantage of this. But I believe that this new historical phase imposes to think with new terms, more traditional, but with more innovative ideas for a role pillar of peace and stability in the region. We must see how we are going to be a more active pillar of stability and peace and exploit the power of Greece in the region, the diplomatic abilities, the role of the bridge, as you said. And as you said, we should pay attention to this. First of all, something as a diplomat, as a Greek diplomat, we have a huge budget for defense. All these good financial years that we have had, more than 15 billion for defense equipment. We must invest more to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Policy, which is the ministry with the lowest budget. This does not mean investing in the personnel only and the diplomatic agency, but investment in our tools. Right now, we are going to the Security Council without having, and this is a long-time responsibility of all political parties, we do not have a strong agency of international cooperation that can promote humanistic projects in different areas that would require a much smaller budget from a fraction of what we spend for a military equipment project. This must be accompanied by a roadmap for the detection of countries, especially in Africa and in the global south, as Mr. Dokos mentioned, which is a priority for Greece. We cannot go to all the countries in Africa or the Latin America, but we can choose, pick 3 or 4, like Sweden and Netherlands have done, and focus there with a strong thus and specific targets for the future, and especially now that we are going to be members of the Security Council. At the same time, of course, I agree with Mr. Dokos. It is something that all governments have served. We must continue, and I do not agree with Mr. Sotiris Roussos, who said that we don't need the multipolar schemes. We need them more than ever. We can move with the same way during the war in Palestine as in the past? No. Of course, we have to see the development, cease of fire, but at the same time we have the ability to move as a country that has relations with the Arab world and Israel, and we have new initiatives. We have the tripartite with Lebanon, and which we have to exploit it, where Lebanon plays a focal role, and there are no actions in Lebanon. Also, the tripart with Palestine whenever we can, but we shall start not now. We should be preparing, though. At the same time, we should have a wider strategy for the Abraham agreements. An Abraham plus, as the previous speaker said. Think again how these agreements should be made after the ceasing of fire, which will take time, of course, but with terms and conditions that will include the smoothening or normalization in the solving of the Palestinian issue. Greece is one of the countries that can play a role. Therefore, we should not see only the tripart operations in a static way, what we are going to agree with Egypt or Cyprus or Israel. It must be an architecture that you build part by part for the role of Greece in Eastern Mediterranean and in long term with initiatives that can create a summit. In this effort, the Med-9, which with the previous government worked and the existing government worked, that is the European countries of the South, is valuable because we can discuss on issues that have to do with all the Mediterranean countries that you cannot do that in Brussels so easily and create useful alliances at the same time. Definitely, we must be activated more in our neighborhood and especially in the Balkans. I think it is important to support the European orientation for the Balkans, and we have been doing it for years with the agenda of Thessaloniki. If the bilateral relationship with Northern Macedonia, with more memorandums of cooperation, we would have more tools to press today, and I think we can do it in the next period of time, as we can do it with Albania, and have more penetration in Libya, where the Prime Minister very correctly visited a few years ago. What Mr. Doko said, very important. It is quite clear the future in the economy. $10 trillion up to 2030, we must be connected with what is happening in India and to exploit our participation in the Security Council with contacts with China and whenever is feasible, today is not, and the support of the dialogue with Russia. This does not mean that we lose our principles. Solidarity to the Ukrainian people was our priority, but we must understand in which historical phase we are. We cannot be pioneers in initiatives, losing a part of the role that we can have as a pillar of stability and peace. However, we can keep our commitments as a country of the European Union and members of the NATO. I consider, as Mr. Doko said, that the strategic autonomy does not mean the undermining of NATO or the role of the United States. This is something that we should pay attention to, but we have to accept that in this period there are points and issues that interests and possibly values as well with the new leadership of US and European Union converge, and there are others that they do not converge. And this we have to accept it in order to be able to work properly, not in a competitive way, but to know where this applies and where it does not, and draw our policies. The willingness of the alliances of the willing, I think Greece should participate, as we see with Aspida, but I don't believe that we should be pioneers in participations of alliances of willingness outside of international organizations. In this period of time, this could create dangers that we do not want to face. Regarding Turkey, I think it is an extremely important period, especially after the tragic earthquakes in Turkey. All the violations of the airspace were over. It was an opportunity that was exploited by the government, and this has created a normalization period which had the challenges, of course, but which we have to take advantage of, and we have to take advantage of as much as possible in order to cultivate the building of trust with projects and initiatives in the civic society, as it was mentioned earlier on, but also on an economic level in order to cultivate the ground for a different level of trust between the two countries. Because only if we build this respect, then we can talk about the most essential issues. Definitely, and I believe this, and I consider that it should be a topic in the public dialogue in Greece. We must talk for a strategy of extension of our water and marginalize the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf and the 12 miles and and I think this is a long-term target because right now the distance with Turkey is quite big. Closing for the issue of the culture of safety, security. I consider that Mr. Dokos honors his position with the efforts that he has been making because in Greece there is not a security culture and it is something that we need at all levels in order to address the challenges that are coming up, and this requires a strengthening of the National Security Council. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Καλπαδάκη. Από τη δική σας
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalpadaki.
ένα γεωπολιτικό και ένα ιδεολογικό ζήτημα.
There is a geopolitical and ideological issue in your presentation.
Την άποψη του κύριου Ντόκου είναι ότι πρέπει να διευρύνουμε σαν χώρα.
And you said that you have to enlarge the bridging policy and cultivate more relations in the wider region. Very wisely, you talked about this dominion will continue after, in recent years, the signs that we have from the USA before and after Trump will change what will happen in the relationship, in the international status. Mr. Tsakonas will talk about the national security according to his opinion. Thank you very much. I think
την εθνική στρατηγική ασφάλειας.
When we talk about the national security strategy, by expressing our support to Mr. Dokos for what will come in relation to what he will face in the future at the international level, but also to more neighboring framework. I'm not going to tell you exactly what Greece will do in 2030 in order to develop a national security strategy. But what I will say is what Greece should take into account in order to navigate more securely in an environment constantly and dramatically changing, and in order to be more effective in its response towards the challenges. A remark that was said before, that was made before, about the environment, the security environment after the election of Trump. I agree that we are living in a post-American world, as the theoreticians and the democratic supporters have expressed. The USA have the power on a technological and military level, but they cannot converts this into influence. And the Trump administration, according to my opinion, will follow this path. He will adopt a policy of self-restraint, as some scientists support. I think that's the context within which Mr. Trump will work, and this in an environment which is quite versatile, complicated, complex, as described in strategy documents. All these words are used in these reports. Instability, multicentric, where we see return of geopolitics, etc. Whatever consequences these developments will have for the regional security frameworks, for example, the Greek one. So it would be a good idea to talk about three trends that should be considered by the national security strategy of Greece and other countries in the region as well. And I would say that the interesting point geographically and geopolitically is its location and the meaning of its location, literally on the edge between a world of relative stability and a zone of instability. And this is very interesting because we don't have only the traditional threats, but also the new threats for security, new issues emerging from Eastern Mediterranean region, and Greece is the recipient of these messages. So Greece must sufficiently respond, although Greece does not have the means to do it. And if this environment is seen with contemporary analysis, with a combination of traditional and new threats taking place at the same time, so talking about an environment of multi-crisis, Greece must use its restricted means in order to have a very effective strategy. This means, as a minimum, a rationalization of the means it has in order to have the best possible use, and so that this means can have a multiplying effect. So, what Greece should do is obviously to set targets and redefine these targets, reading very carefully the changes in the international system and how the crisis on the north and the south affect the safety environment, prioritizing, of course, these threats and putting the strategy targets. The next step, we would say, is the way that we can elect the available means that are restricted, I stress again, with the targets after After rereading the international system and the trends, but also taking into account a historical acquis, see and learning from the past, the way we handled crisis, either with Turkey or other type of crisis, the pandemic era, disasters, mega fires, and all these things.
Με αποτέλεσμα να μπορούμε να καταλήξουμε σε κάτι το οποίο μας δίνει, μπορεί να οδηγήσει
resulting in something that could be a guide for what we should do on an operational level. As soon as possible. And of course, this does not mean that a change in the institutional framework is the medicine, the only solution. The institutional framework is what it is. In other countries that things are better, they face the same problems. Why should we get into these procedures that some of them are going to be tedious and difficult? My proposal is to see basic elements of this fragmented and minimally organized institutional framework. These elements should change, should be corrected. And of course, this does not mean a solution to the problems, but they will increase the possibilities to have the diagnosis, to see the problems, or effectively deal with them. Unfortunately, there are realities in Greece that are related to the strategic culture and a belief that policy is generated by people and not by institutions, and there are problems observed in relation to if, as a country, we can generate strategy texts for the pillars of security. The Ministry of Defense is responsible for the national defense. The Ministry of the Exterior tried quite recently to produce a strategic plan, and you can find that in the internet as well, having specific points. And the other pillar, with the Ministry for Citizen Protection, if we see security in an enlarged framework, we cannot restrict ourselves only on the east and the threats in our borders. So we need a strategic plan. And there is nothing in this pillar but only fragmented texts on individual threats. So we don't have a comprehensive framework.
Γνωρίζω ότι σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση δίνει μάχες προκειμένου να υπάρξει εξέλιξη.
And I'm going to provoke Mr. Dokos in a good sense because I know that he is trying very hard to struggle for this direction but we don't have an executive body that will coordinate and control all the bodies that are involved in the national strategy, planning and development according to the constitution. And I will conclude with a last remark about Turkey. That is related to the strategy about Turkey. Two comments. First of all, in Greece, even in the academic world, we find difficulties still in discussing because we don't understand the tools in the same way. We use different tools to describe the relationship with Turkey. And much more, the strategies that we should have for many years. We have been talking about prevention, and as you can understand, this is an obsolete discussion and a silly discussion. We have made some progress to get out of this rationale and talk about, with balancing terms, small steps towards discussing this balancing approach, but we are very far away from agreeing on what the content of the security strategy towards Turkey will be, if it will be exhausted in analyzing Turkey, or preventing Turkey from creating events in the Aegean, or a strategy of smart equilibrium which will effectively block Turkey using the limited financial resources of the country. But also this is the way in order to solve peacefully the problem with Turkey. So I support as a part of the national strategy for Turkey the adoption of an indirect approach in dealing with external threats, aiming at changing the strategic cost-benefit calculation by utilizing international organizations and undertaking diplomatic actions that will mitigate the consequences of direct dealing with external threats, mainly related to the huge financial cost, meaning the equipment. In other words, I support the possibility a smart equilibrium strategy that could connect the elements of a hard smart equilibrium with a mild equilibrium developed in this framework, and we should know that during the Trump administration, this means that the offensive capabilities do not have the advantage, and the international organizations can still influence the behavior of the countries, and this is the environment that smart equilibrium is important because it is less costly and more effective strategy that Greece can develop towards Turkey?
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και εμείς.
Thank you very much.
Μένει πολύ ζωηρή στο μυαλό μου η εικόνα που ζωγράφισε Στάκη στην αρχή, ότι η Ελλάδα βρίσκεται σε μια ζώνη σταθερότητας.
The phrase that is on the border of safety. Where is Turkey? Is it on a stability zone? Or the dogma, the doctrine of the danger from the east still stands? Now, our last speaker for today, Mr. Kostas Ifandis, and I would like to say the bonus of the last panel is that we have 15 minutes extra, up to 7 o'clock. Thank you very much. I see that I have 1 minute and 16 seconds. There is a cliché that the last speaker uses. Well, everything was said by the previous speakers. It is not a cliché, it is true. In what I had to say, which were more methodological, Panagiotis Tsakonas mentioned them, but because I don't have anything else to say, so I'll say them. I'll try to be brief, since we are the hosts. The basic issue is how all these things that I don't have to add anything. There are some that I would like to be differentiated as regards how we read the international developments, the trends in the international system, but the basic bet for every country and for Greece, with its weaknesses and the deficits, is how we integrate all these things that have already been said in a medium-term national strategy. There is nothing more than a spiritual exercise, collective one. That is the drawing of a high national strategy is a spiritual exercise, a very difficult spiritual exercise for people that have excellent knowledge of the history and perception of reality in order to use solid technological tools. And the starting point of this exercise is existential. It is an existential question. What is Greece in 2024? What are we as a collective subject? How satisfied are we as a society, as a country, as a nation from our position in the world? And what is our relationship? And this is a huge discussion that many of us thought it was over, but it still goes on. What is our relationship with what we call the West? Two comments. One methodological one, which, as I said, should not spend time to do it, and one more essential, drafting a strategy. It's the mapping of the basic risks and threats. I think the previous speakers did so. I will say that as regards our narrow environment, the geopolitical situation and instability in the region, which produces specific risks, some people call them threats, such as immigration, and trends that have to do with the interior of the country, the demographic aging in Greece, and not only in Greece, almost everywhere in the world, but also the demographic explosion in neighboring countries. And I'm not mentioning Turkey, which we know that after a small increase in the next 10 years will start to shrink if the conditions do not change. The second is the analysis of these challenges with terms not general and abstract, but with terms that will highlight the problems that we have to face and for which we need very important and difficult decisions. Very difficult decisions. Sometimes I laugh when I listen to people criticizing the choices of governments, all governments, not only today's, and we forget that these are decisions for peace or instability. The dilemmas for sensitive people in key positions are really tremendous. But this analysis, this need for analysis, of course, it includes the planning of choices, of policy, and the revelation of the basic principles that should carry with them and their impacts. And finally, we need prioritization. Resources are limited. Not only for Greece, resources are limited for all the countries in the world, if we exempt 2 or 3, and especially the US. In this methodological, in this spiritual exercise that it is necessary and it is difficult to be made, in Greece we have not managed, we have not tried to do it. There are some fundamental cardinal components. First of all is national security, the second is welfare. National security with terms survival, welfare with terms for Greece, who is in the European Union, scientific progress and technological progress, and in total, the issue of progress of the country that has to do with the society and the governance, the institutional framework that was mentioned. The Nobel of Economy, 2 people got it who show us how the weak institutions condemn to death states. Therefore, what we need is a strategy of power, which starts from home, from the interior. Therefore, we have 2 big challenges in the interior of the country and one external one. All 3 of them have to do with certain weaknesses, deficits that we have. The 2 interior ones are, first of all, the necessity to exceed ourselves and start thinking with terms of essential development of human resources, technologies, in sciences, therefore in our education system, and how this can be interpreted into economic competitivity. The second is, I will repeat, the challenge of governance. It was made in a way which did not help, but the executive state. This is the question for many years in Greece. People laughed at it, sometimes justified, sometimes not. But in any case, it is a basic methodological in many countries in order to correct operational malfunctions and to promote reforms. And the third challenge is external one, which includes a series of strategic targeting, strategic duties. And this has to do with the management, with our relationship with the United States in a period, right, the one that we are entering now, and for all of the people is considered as a period of uncertainty. The second is the relationship with China, with Russia. We shouldn't be in agony with our relationship with Europe. It should be considered as an acquis, the rest of Europe. And of course, Turkey, the strategy. And what we need is to talk calmly our strategic choices. Mr. Tsakonas mentioned the basic one, but if we try to see which are today, with the way that this discussion is taking place in the country with our relations with Turkey, which every time is trying to destabilize the political system because we are not mature and cool when we talk about the relationship with Turkey. Keeping the status quo in one way or another. What we have today, are we satisfied? Are we a satisfied country from what we have today? If we are a satisfied country, let's see how we should maintain this. If we are not satisfied, our choices are to change what we have today, to revise, if you like, status quo. I will not use this term to change it, but take into consideration that this change, we may have allies. Perhaps we may be alone as well. You never know. And this is a basic choice that needs to be processed in the framework of a national strategy. Generally speaking, however, in order to be absolutely logical, rational, what do we want? We want peace. That's the political target. We want a capability of managing the conflict with Turkey, either in the calm or difficult moments, and we need a negotiation policy, strategy. In the last 50 years, whether we have peace or crisis, in the end, there is always a negotiation. Theoretically, this is the position of the country since 1974. Negotiating the problems with Turkey. We have tried various methods from negation to any dialogue with Turkey in the 80s. In 87 we had a crisis and then negotiations with Davos. For those of you that you remember those times, and all these things through after we manage and evaluate how the balance of power is being developed, the demographic, the economic, and the military one, in a depth of time of, let's say, 5-10 years. Then we will be able, in my opinion, continues to readjust the choices of prevention or balancing. It's not the same thing, but anyway, in order to communicate, to revise them in such a way so that they remain reliable, aiming, however, solving the problems. Thank you.
Ήθελα να πω κάτι ακόμα, αλλά βέβαια στην δευτερολογία. Ευχαριστώ. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Είχα βάλει στοίχημα με το προηγούμενο πάνελ ότι θα έχουμε περισσότερα από 8 λεπτά. Έχουμε 7 λεπτά.
We have 7 minutes for discussion. Thank you very much.
Άρα πρέπει να βάλουμε τα του οίκου μας σε τάξη. Όχι μόνο οικονομικά, αλλά και θεσμικά.
We have institutionally to put everything in place, and this has to do with the Nobel Prize in Economy, which talk about the possibility for a country to fail if it doesn't respect democracy. We open up the floor. We can have 3-4 questions.
Και να απαντήσουν μετά και οι ομιλητές. Αν θέλουν όμως στο τέλος και μείνει χρόνος, μπορούν να κάνουν μια δευτερολογία για να μην αλλάξουμε την παράδοση, αντίστροφα από ό,τι ξεκινήσαμε. Δηλαδή ο κύριος Φαντής, ο κύριος Τσάκωνος, ο κύριος Καλπατάκης, ο κύριος Ντόπος. Παρακαλώ.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ για το πάνελ και τις εισηγήσεις σας.
Thank you very much.
I
am a student in Pandion University.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ όλο το πάνελ για τις εισηγήσεις σας.
Thank you very much.
Εγώ ονομάζομαι Κουβάς Κωνσταντίνος, είμαι υποψήφιος δάσκαλος στο Πάντιο και εξ αφορμής της...
I'm a candidate professor in Pandion. I would like to ask, how is it possible to plan a strategy of national security, mild or hard?
Ωραία. Πώς μπορούμε να σχεδιάζουμε
how can we plan a strategy of national security that
την προβολή ισχύως της χώρας μας στο εξωτερικό
provides the strategy if there are no significant steps, if the interior does not change, the production model in our country does not change, for example.
Παρακαλώ, κυρία.
Ναι, καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ από το Υπουργείο
Πολιτισμού. Ministry of Culture, Papakostopoulou Vasiliki. I would like to speak with the identity of the graduate of the National Defense School and say that it is a big success of the Institute of International Relations that today in this place, in this venue, we organize this conference, and we need a great degree of maturity from the advisor of national security that he wants to be with us, which is and he presents to us these axes, and ask Mr. Dokos, because he talked about societies that must be informed, become aware, and this should be done through this spiritual exercise that Mr. Ifadis put forward earlier on, and because there are fears for today's relations with Turkey, and I wish you good luck in the next period of time. So there are fears. If you have been thinking whether it would be useful or beneficial to get to collectively as a society from what we listen to on television for Greece and Turkey to some documentation texts, more organized in awareness texts for the citizens, which apart from the serials will be interesting to follow some political issues in an organized way. I think it is extremely important to get to the next step from slogans to the information of the citizen with some thoughts, points of view, with arguments that the academic community, the government and the political parties see towards this direction.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Πολύ σύντομα, ναι. Νουλίκας Θόδωρος ονομάζομαι. Είμαι μεταπτυχιακός
Theodoros, postgraduate student at the Pantheon University. Thank you very much.
για την παρουσία σας και για τις τοποθετήσεις σας. Η ερώτηση μου είναι πολύ σύντομη.
My question is very brief. Has to do with Mr. Dokos.
Κάποιους από τους ομιλητές να τοποθετηθούν επ' αυτού. Ποιοι είναι οι στόχοι
Which are the targets of the country for the growth of the defense industry of the country, and how the osmosis between the producers of technology and the bodies that implement the strategy?
Καλησπέρα σας. Σιμώνης Κωνσταντίνος από το Πάντιο.
Simon Konstantinos from Pantheon. Taking into consideration the increasing of the percentages of the ultra-right political parties in Greece, whether we should be concerned about this.
Άλλη ερώτηση υπάρχει? Άλλη μία μπορούμε να πάρουμε μόνο. Κυρία.
Ευχαριστώ. Καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τις τοποθετήσεις σας.
Ονομάζομαι Νεστορίδη Ιωάννα. In the last few years, I live and work abroad, and I just came from Brussels, and I want to ask how we can contribute when that we live and work abroad. You talked about diplomacy, soft power, and what we have noticed the Greeks abroad is, although many countries of the European South that faced financial problems, recession, brain drain, they use their own nationals that live in other countries. Greece or the Greeks abroad that I have been cooperating with in the last 10 years, the consulates or the embassies do not communicate with us, even when we try to get in touch. How can we use this in a more harmonized policy and the brain drain that we have as a country to use it as a tool? I think the question is to the ex-diplomat that we have here, but it is a general issue that has to do with the foreign policy of the country.
Σταματάμε τώρα με τις ερωτήσεις και δίνουμε το λόγο στον κύριο Ιφαντή, αν θέλει να... ή μάλλον στο τέλος ο κύριος Ιφαντής, μια και έχει και το καπέλο του Προέδρου του ΙΔΗ. Σας ξεκινήσουμε τον κύριο Ντόκο που έχει τη μυθική του τις ερωτήσεις.
Ευχαριστώ. Λοιπόν, αμυντική βιομηχανία.
Defense industry. It is true that the armed forces paid the penalty of the financial crisis 10 years without investment in defense. The same more or less happened in the defense industry. But let me add here a long time tendency of Greek governments to put in key positions people that did not know anything about the subject. There is an effort, the Greek defensive systems, I hope, are in the final stage, the first strategic cooperation with a big European company, but I think soon others will follow. The Hellenic aerospace industry is making a great effort, and one is concerned for a company that could play a focal role in Southeastern Europe. Work exists, we have work, but we have not convinced that we can deliver quality products within deadlines. I think there are two bets, and they are issues of high priority. The first bet is to exploit further the European opportunities that will take place. We have done good work so far. Greece is one of the countries that take advantage of European programs. And the second is how we are going to integrate the startups in our planning and how we are going to do it soon before someone else comes to buy the whole company or the product. We have talent.
Και με την ερώτηση περί ανθρώπινου δυναμικού.
We have the talent. If Greece has something, it's talent and human resources. We may not have hydrocarbonates, but we have human resources, and the question is how we are going to exploit it. And there are Greeks in key positions. I think we need to record a map. We need a mapping of where these Greeks are and how we can exploit them, take advantage of them. Russia is a country that has influence means and use them. Not only in Greece, but generally. But what Mr. Kalpadakis said in mine, that possibly within 2025 we may have a new reality as regards the Ukraine, and therefore the wider relationship with Russia and the West. Let's see how we can address these challenges. The issue of Turkey. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has the time and the headache as regards the discussions with Turkey. Yes, you are right.
Και οι λίγο μεγαλύτεροι από εμάς ηλικία θυμούνται ότι έχουμε ήδη
περάσει. We all remember that we have gone through a process of approaching and difficulties because after the earthquakes of 1999 we had a convergence in many aspects. We had a difficult period, a big period of difficulties. Perhaps now there is a small window of opportunity. I think I mentioned the civic society, the academic community has their own responsibility and role, but now we are in an era that the social media have a decisive role in many cases, and here the opportunity is given to express an opinion, document it or not, negative or positive, constructive or not. But yes, it is worthwhile to make an effort to change our perception without meaning that automatically we go to a complete smoothing of the bilateral relationships. I think I covered the questions addressed to me.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Για να αρχίσω από το τέλος, είμαι νυν διπλωμάτης, όχι πρώην διπλωμάτης.
I am a current diplomat and not an ex-diplomat. And I think that should be the beginning of the answer to your question. In the organization of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the diplomats can be seconded into political parties and work as political advisors in political parties. The same applies in other ministries. Therefore, there is the flexibility to work apart from the central agency of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is a good base of what we should do in the future, because it is clear that the diplomat of the future must have a wider flexibility compared to what it was needed in the past. But today, there are different requirements regarding the issue of information. In the past, we could not have information if a diplomat did not spend half the day to write telegrams, for example. Today, we learn the information before we receive the telegram, many of us. Therefore, there must be a restructuring of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in order to mobilize the diplomatic agency in a more modern base, and part of it is the services abroad, the operation of a good example is the consulate in Boston, where the consulates have managed to connect with the biggest universities in the world that are in Boston, to bring together these scientists, Greek Americans and others, with Greece, and take advantage of them, not only in lectures, but also initiatives that have been taken in the country. I think we need more diplomats that will be able to work effectively regarding the new technologies and create what it was happened with the cultural attaches to become more extrovert, and that means using the people living abroad, and another mapping in the countries where Greeks are, because the possibilities and the capabilities are different from the moment that we are going to manage the information in a different way compared to how we used them 20 or 30 years ago. That information was used in a different way. I think important things have taken place. We had a digital upgrade in the consulate of New York, and some exemplary things have been used. And I think the diplomat of the future must work more effectively and facilitate the needs that we have abroad. And it is very positive that they start from the Greeks abroad. A part of it, and this is connected with the more funding, is the exploitation of the Hellenic institution of culture. For example, we have the British Council, the Cervantes for the Spanish, Goethe for the Spanish, and we should have something similar which could take advantage of all the abilities that we have and has the flexibility to work more effectively in the new era. Ultra-right and Russia. I think, generally speaking, these wars, for as long as they last, they activate social reflections and they have political results in Europe, both in relation of what you say, a direction of support of Russia, which is connected with the ultra-right, and the anti-Russian. You saw the attack that we had in Slovenia in relation with anti-Islam and anti-Semitism. Therefore, the European society is influenced very much by these wars. Fortunately, we do not have a new terrorist wave, but definitely there are political consequences that we have to be very careful about and shield our societies. But also I want to say, I said earlier on, for the end of the liberal new order of things. I do not believe that this should mean the end of the fight for ecumenical values, but it should be put forward under different terms, because in the form that it was put after the Cold Period, that we believe in the importance in the values in foreign policy, we found ourselves with the criticism and pressure that they are hypocrites. The ones that they support a more cynical approach, that's what they say. What were your values? We saw them in Iraq, now we should discuss again about values, but being more sincere in new terms. And this is a part of how we are going to tackle the issue of the ultra-right.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tsakonas, 1 minute each.
Θα επιχειρήσω να συνδέσω τα δύο ερωτήματα.
I will try to connect the two questions from the Ministry of Culture and the lady that spoke last about the information provided for the citizens in Greece and abroad.
Σε ποιο βαθμό θα μπορούσαν να υπάρχουν παρεμβάσεις οι οποίες θα ήταν για εσάς χρήσιμες.
Whether we could have interventions useful for Greeks here or abroad. Two comments about the Greeks here. It is very difficult procedure to provide information about the change in strategic culture. It is a very tedious and difficult procedure in order to be effective, only based on information. And of course, it is extremely slow if we see what's going on in other countries. I would say
γιατί είναι για την κοινή γνώμη μια αργή και δύσκολη διαδικασία. Δείτε
why is this a difficult procedure? Look the stereotypes that the elite of this country uses. So to have different expectations that through the interventions more systematic, more methodological, to change the perception of reality. But in abroad, things are easier because there we do have an osmosis in relation with the environment.
Αυτό σημαίνει ότι για
a perception which is more objective or for the national topics.
Αυτής της παρέμβασης που γίνεται με διάφορους τρόπους και που ναι πρέπει να ενταθεί είναι ευκολότερη. Άρα το ζητούμενο νομίζω θα είναι για τους εξωτερικό, για τους Έλληνες πολίτες στο εξωτερικό, με ποιο τρόπο θα μπορούσαν οι ελληνικές
πολιτικές how the state, the Greek state, can take the next step and include the motivation of these people
σε ένα στρατηγικό σχέδιο.
In a strategical plan.
Εκπονήθηκε από το Υπουργείο Εξωτερικών υπάρχουν πινελιές, υπάρχουν αναφορές στο
There
ρόλο που
are
θα μπορούσε όχι να
references in the strategic plan.
Και πώς θα μπορούσε να το κάνει, δηλαδή σε ποια κατεύθυνση θα μπορούσε να κινητοποιηθεί.
How this could be done.
Τελευταίος ολόχι έσχατος, ο κύριος Ιφαντής.
Mr. Fadis, the last speaker.
Ένα σχόλιο για αυτό το οποίο... Ένα καταληκτικό, συμπληρωματικό σχόλιο.
A concluding comment.
Να πω ότι στις δημοκρατίες
in democracies,
δεν είναι πολύ σκόπιμο να έχουμε στο μυαλό μας πώς μπορούμε να χειραγωγήσουμε τον πολίτη. Δηλαδή,
it is not advisable to think how we can manipulate the citizen. The thing is to have citizens that can evaluate the situation, not only in Greece, but internationally. About the ultra-right, it is, for some of us at least, it is a very repulsive situation, but in comparison with 2012, we're a bit better, at least here in Greece. About the projection of power,
γι' αυτό είναι απαραίτητη αυτή η πνευματική άσκηση.
This is why we have to have the meaning of the projection of power for Greece. What are the national interests that Greece will be requested to defend? We can participate together with the European Union, which is the platform for diplomatic and, if needed, operational power of the country. I don't know. The modernization of the armed forces will give us increased possibilities of projection of power, and I don't think we need something more anyway. Mild power, yes, but our tool is the European Union, the more effective tool. I hope that at some point I will finish my book that I'm writing right now. I do not really believe in the idea of the decline of the West. The fact that we have a balance in the distribution of power, but it is not the first time. It is a dynamic situation. If we think how big the libertarian class was, because half of the world did not belong to this class. But when we talk about financial aspect, the democratic aspect, this situation is the best that we have ever experienced. And we need to remember that. We do not have time, but the thing is how we can transform into reality a discussion inside the Western societies about the decline. It is not Russia, Iran, or China that causes the decline of the West. Is our perception. There's what is called in the States as declinism that accompanies the political processes in general after the second administration of Bush the Younger. And we have reached the point not to think how important the United States is for the globe, but the fact that there is a illusion of the Americans that they are hated by the rest of the world. You can find the figures. Not talking about the GDP, but the fact that they spend approximately 70% of the global funds in AA, that they spend 90% of the funds in biotechnology. And the rest percentage of the rest, the biggest part comes from Europe. Most of the transactions are conducted in dollars, and then comes euro. This declinism that prevails is the biggest enemy for the West. Thank you very much.
Και για να συμπληρώσω αυτό που είπες, Κώστα, μόλις τώρα, θα πω αυτό που είπε η τιμένη των Αμερικανικών Προεδρικών Εκλογών, η Κάμαλα Χάρις.
I will mention here what Kamala Harris said after losing the election. We swear on the American Constitution and not particular party. I would like to thank all the speakers and the audience that paid so much attention to us. Thank you very much for staying so late, and it is. Thank you very much.